You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Sunday, June 12th, 2022 at around 11 p.m. If the chat could let me know if the audio and video is okay. Assuming it is. Today we are playing Case 6 of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective Baker Street Irregulars box. Cases 1 through 5 have been played live on the channel quite a while ago, actually, in 2021, I believe, before I had Jonathan and Anna joining me for these Sherlock Holmes games. I played those really solo, quite solo. And there was some real downtime there where I was thinking with Jonathan and Anna, they usually figure things out, so there isn't as much downtime. Okay, what do we need to talk about before we get started here? Obviously, full of spoilers. You shouldn't watch this if you plan to play these games. This box by Dave Neal, the Baker Street Irregulars, is the Sherlock Holmes Consulting box, Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective box that I now recommend to people because it's one of my favorites and the writing quality is so good and the mysteries are so good. Cases 5 through 10 are related. They're not really part of a campaign. It's a little bit ambiguous, but just to remind you, let's look at the rules a little bit and see what the game says about. It does say campaign. It says cases 1 through 4 are separate, can be played in any order. Okay, that's fine. Cases 5 through 9 are related to case 10. Should be played before the latter, preferably in chronological order, but maybe not necessarily. And then the important caveat here is all 1889 newspapers predating the case may be used in the investigation. So essentially, cases 5 through 9, I'm not sure that there's that much in the actual case that's relevant to case 10, but the newspapers are, which is kind of the worst of all worlds in a way. Not really, but the newspapers are a very fun part of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, but they're the part that translates the worst to YouTube because we have to sit there for 40 minutes and read everything in the newspaper. And if you were playing at home, you would just skim it. So obviously I'm not going to read all of the previous cases' newspapers each time. We'll skim that. But we've sort of got an odd situation where I played case 5 half a year ago. Don't remember much of it. Anna has played it recently. Jonathan went back and skimmed over the video from case 5 that I did. And I went back and reread some of case 5, the story and the clue book and stuff. But I believe that what we're going to find is that we mainly need the newspapers. I don't think the actual case stuff is going to be that relevant. And I think probably the cases are going to be independent, but there'll be stuff in the newspaper. So I've got the newspaper from June 3rd, 1889, which was the first case 5's newspaper. And then we've got today's newspaper. So we'll read today's newspaper in full as normal. And maybe we'll skim through the previous newspaper. I mean, you can see right away there's some chess game going on, and we're going to hear about it. Case 5 did not introduce us to the idea that the newspapers are important, but I can see just from skimming the introduction to case 6 that it is going to set that up for us. So it's not going to be a mystery. We're going to get some clues to why the previous case newspapers are going to be important. In front of me, if you're playing along at home, the map for the Baker Street Irregulars box is the one part of the Baker Street Irregulars box which is subpar. This is not the map from the Baker Street Irregulars box. This is the map from the Jack the Ripper box. The Baker Street Irregulars box, at least my copy, is quite dark. So I'm using this one. The map has not changed for 40 years. The contents of the map haven't changed. But so that just explains why your map in your box, if you're playing along, may look a little different. I also have the digital version of the map here from the Baker Street Irregulars if we want to mark things on this map and annotate it. All right, any other preliminaries we need before we get started with this case? We can check in with the chat, see how Jonathan and Anna are doing. It's been a while since we had a live stream, only a week, but it seems like longer. Let me know. Jonathan says, going back and watching case 5 shows how much Jesse continues to improve the production. I think in the previous plays, I had a wider front view of the screen of the table and did more front view. And I noticed in the old playthroughs of Sherlock Holmes, I was using these physical cubes to mark where I went on the board, which I've stopped doing because now when I read, this has the tendency to move the cubes around. So now we're going to use our new system of stickers, which I've got over here somewhere. So we'll mark on the map when we go to a place by putting a sticker here. What else do we need to talk about before we get started? Since our last stream, I put up a review of Mortem, Medieval Detective, that we played through. Was meant to be a short review, but ended up being about 30 minutes. And I also recorded a review of Razorhurst, which is about 50 minutes. It's available on the channel in the Razorhurst playlist, but hasn't been made public yet. It will be public in a day or two. Jonathan says, Watching Case 5 was interesting. Jesse felt like he was stuck, and I was wondering if the series of playthroughs had ended on a sour note, but he pulled through in the end. Yes, so to recap, the first 3 or 4 cases of the Baker Street Irregulars box were the best Sherlock Holmes cases I've ever played. The last case, Case 5, wasn't quite as satisfying. There were some things I complained about there, some things that I thought the case was suggesting we should be able to find and we couldn't. So it was a little bit frustrating, Case 5. And I talked with Dave Neal after I played those first 4 or 5 cases, and I believe my memory of the discussion with Dave Neal, and if he comes by, he can talk about it. But I believe we had a discussion about how much the case should confirm your theories by the time you get to the end and how much you should have to guess, fill in the blanks. And I believe the way Dave Neal explained it to me was, I believe he wrote the last cases in the box, the ones we're playing now, first, and then the first cases in the box last. So we played them out of order compared to how Dave Neal wrote them. I believe he said this. And I believe he said that he sort of evolved on that question about how much should get wrapped up at the end and how much you should have to sort of guess the answers. And I believe his thing was that the cases he wrote later, which were the cases at the beginning of the box, have more loose ends tied up. So by the time you get to the end, if you're a completionist, if you read everything, you'll understand what happened. And then the cases we're playing now require a little more leap of faith. That's my memory. All right. So I talked about Razorhurst. I talked about the Mortem review. I guess our plan is to play the rest of this box in the coming weeks until we finish it. Because they're connected, we want to play it while we still have some memory of it. So we'll be spending the next 5 sessions playing Baker Street Irregulars. I'll do a review of the box at that point, and then we'll decide what to play next. You can help us decide on the Board Game Geek Guild forum for this channel, which you can find in the community tab on the YouTube page. We have a new visitor here, Steppy, who says, only watched case 1 and 2 so far. Interested in seeing one live for as long as I can stay awake. It's always nice to have new people stop by. Anything else we need to talk about? Movies watched. We talked about they canceled. Let's just catch up a little bit before we started. They canceled. What's the show I'm thinking of? The Ridley Scott series that has 2 seasons, Raised by Wolves. They canceled Raised by Wolves. The first season, very intriguing show. First season was great. Second season, I was talking to Zachary Brown, who sometimes joins us here, one of my old friends. And we got a real feeling, a real vibe from season 2 that they were just making it up on the fly without a plan and did not care about resolving anything. So it's no surprise to me that that show got canceled, but a little bit sad. And I have been watching a show I will recommend called The Offer, about the making of The Godfather. I don't know how much is fictionalized, how much is real, but it's quite cool to watch them filming scenes that you know from the movie. Pretty cool stuff. But probably playing a little loose and fast with the facts. All right. Anything else, Jonathan, Anna, Steppy, want to report in? Movies you've watched, games you've played? I suppose the last thing to say is it's been about 4 months, a little more, since the last channel update. So probably sometime in the next week or so, I'll do a live channel update Q&A stuff. I don't really have much to say, but it seems like we should get into the habit of doing it, so we'll do it. If you guys want to stop by for that, that would be great. Anything else? Jonathan says, I walked in on someone watching a random episode of Raised by Wolves, and it was quite disorienting. Yeah, well, even if you're following it closely, I think it's a bit disorienting and confusing. It had some cool stuff. It had a real aesthetic, though, a real different feel. Like, it felt like it was made in a different country. I mean, the design sensibilities, the language, the film cinematic language felt unusual. All right, let me get ready here while we're catching up in the chat. So we'll do our normal thing. We'll read the introduction, then we'll read the newspaper, I suppose, and then we'll take a break and start playing. All right, that's it. If no one has anything else to say, let's get started here. Okay. The Busker of Bridge Street, Case 6, Thursday, June 13th, 1889. John says, I saw the first episode of the Irma Vep series about French production trying to remake Les Vampires, a silent serial. I haven't heard of either of those. That sounds interesting. Irma Vep series, huh? Don't know it. All right, here we go. Let's see, what camera do we want? The Busker of Bridge Street. Simpson has come to fetch us, telling us Holmes may have a new case, and we are on our way to 221B Baker Street. I was at the end of Baker Street books of matches, and this girl comes up to me, about our age and dressed like us, you know, no fancy stuff, and jumping around our feet was this little gray dog. She says to me, where might I find Mr. Sherlock Holmes? Why you asking, says I. That's my business, says she, disgruntled. Mine too, I says. I happen to be an associate of Mr. Holmes, and I can't be sending any folk his way what don't have a good reason to be seeing him. She looks at me a minute, sussing me out. In the end, she says, I have a case for him. It's important. Now it was my turn to suss her out, 'cause she ain't the usual type of customer Mr. Holmes receives. Still, I thought it was up to Mr. Holmes who he sees and who he doesn't, so I pointed out 221B and came to fetch you lot. We arrive at 221B just as Simpson finishes speaking and run up the stairs before Mrs. Hudson has barely opened the door. In Holmes's room, we find the detective in his armchair, gently patting a small gray terrier on the floor at his feet. Watson stands by the fireside, and in a seat opposite Holmes sits a girl in a tatty blue and white dress with matted blonde hair down to her shoulders, gulping down a hot mug of tea. Ah, my irregulars, says Holmes. Now you are here, you will be able to hear Daisy's case. My dear, I think you have the honor of being the youngest client ever to enter my rooms. Daisy smiles and shows a missing tooth. We notice she's holding a coin in her right hand and nervously rolling it between her fingers. It's not really my case, Mr. Holmes, sir, she says. Or what I mean is, I don't know whose case it is, if it's anyone's. I just happen to know about it, that's all. And because I know your methods, well, I've read about you, I thought you might be interested. Very well, says Holmes. Start at the beginning, Daisy, wherever that may be, and we won't worry about whose case it is. Daisy nods, flips the coin in her hand into the air and catches it again, then begins her story. I spend my days on Bridge Street, It's a very short street which runs from Parliament Square to Westminster Bridge right by Big Ben. And I sit there busking, playing my tin whistle for the pleasure of passers-by, so they may throw me a coin or two. I live with my aunt in Islington, but she ain't got no money, and what she does have she spends on the bottle. So what I get is all we have for food and the like, you see? Sometimes on Bridge Street I find newspapers, left behind by people who have finished with them, see? And before he died, my dad, bless his soul, he taught me to read. Best as he could, anyhow. I ain't reading no Dickens or anything, and I only made it halfway through Genesis, God forgive me. But I do know my letters, and a good few words, and I love reading. That's how I know about you, sir, see? From the newspapers. And you inspired me to become a bit of a detective myself. Me and Dodger there. She points at the terrier sitting at Holmes's feet. And there's Daisy with her flute. We've solved some cases, so we have, like when Auntie lost her knitting needles and we found them in the slop bucket. But what I was saying is, I've made a bit of a habit to find the newspapers left behind on the street, to read 'em and see what's going on in the world. And well, Mr. Holmes, where I sit on Bridge Street, next to the Houses of Parliament, all kinds of bigwigs pass by with their top hats and canes and whatnot, and it's often them that leaves the newspapers that I love to get my mitts on. So last week, late on Tuesday afternoon, I see this fat gentleman with ginger whiskers and a bowler hat drop his paper onto a wall by the bridge. So I run up to grab it. I've just picked it up, and I see it's the Times, when I feel a hand on my neck, and someone snatches the paper from me. I look up and see this man in a long black coat with shiny black gloves and a tall top hat with a red feather in the band. "That's not for you, you rogue," says he, and turns and strides off across the square. I was not happy, Mr. Holmes, and I'm not ashamed to say the whole thing even made me cry just a little bit, to be treated so poorly. So I pulled myself together and quick, and I noticed the same man again, and realized he must pass along the Bridge Street regular, like probably every day. And this afternoon, I saw him at about the same time. He was walking briskly along from the direction of the bridge, and like all snooty toffs, he was paying no heed to anyone around him, thinking them all beneath him. And I noticed a copy of the Times sticking out of his coat pocket. Now, I know this really ain't right, Mr. Holmes, and when my time is done, I'll come clean about it to my Maker and take my dues. But I figured he owed me for the way he treated me, so I took his newspaper. I strode up near him, and I knew he'd walk on, bumping me aside as if I was nothing, me being poor and all, and that's what he did. And when he did, I reached down and slipped the newspaper from his pocket. He was none the wiser and went striding on to wherever he was going. Holmes is chuckling, and the rest of us can't help joining in. "Capital," says the great detective, putting his fingertips together and smiling warmly. "I think we can excuse your minor transgression regarding the law, Daisy, as I agree that it represents just recompense for the way the man treated you." "Oh, thank you, Mr. Holmes. And now, well, this is what brought me here. I sat down to read the newspaper and noticed there were marks on it. He seemed to have written on it, so he did, but in a peculiar fashion. I studied it and sat there wondering why he did it. Thought for ages I did, but in the end I realized this wasn't a mystery me and Dodger could solve. This wasn't like the missing knitting needles. And I'd read that you liked cases that were strange, not just cases about big murders and whatnot. So I thought I'll take this to Mr. Holmes. He'll know what to make of it. So here I am, wondering who this gent is and what he's up to. And if I'm wrong, and the scribbles on the newspaper's all nothing, and I've wasted your time, then I am truly sorry, Mr. Holmes, that I am." Holmes is sitting forward in his chair, with an eager glimmer in his eye. "I'm sure you will not have wasted my time, Daisy," he says, "though whether we can make anything of these scribbles is another matter. Do you have the newspaper?" Daisy nods and draws a copy of the Times from her coat. Holmes studies it for a few moments, then looks back at the girl sitting opposite him with a satisfied smile on his lips. "Well, Daisy," he says, "I'm indebted to you for bringing this puzzle to my door. Take a look, Wiggins, and see what you and your irregulars can make of it." He tosses us the paper and begins to fill his pipe from the Persian slipper. "I'm sure, my dear, we will help you clear up this curious matter in no time." Says, "Reminder, as of this case, players also place nearby all 1889 newspapers predating this case," which is just from case 5. Here's Daisy, and that's it. That's the end of the intro. So a little unusual in that there's no places to... The introduction has given us nothing, but told us to look at the newspaper. I suppose it's got the bridge and where she is. Maybe we'll find that on the map. But, okay, so she's brought us a paper. Here is the paper she's brought us. So, and she says he's scribbled on it. So has he scribbled on it? Yes, he scribbled on... Here's the last week's. He seems to have been annotating the chess board. And you can see, in fact, that if that's the bishop moves diagonally, so he will never leave his black squares. He can never get to a white square. And here's this odd thing where the line is drawn in a move it can't make, but it can never get here. So that looks odd. Has he done any other scribblings on this paper? Doesn't look like it. I don't know, is that a scribble? I don't think it is. Let's get really close on it. Sometimes I can see it better on the screen. I don't think that's a scribble. Any writing on the back? No. So I'm not sure what this is, if it's relevant for us. Did he underline anything? I don't think that's a mark. Oh, yes it is. Yes, it is. He did start crossing off things. Look at that. So look, there's that. Then down here he's done the same. Crossed off some letters. Added a letter. Can't tell if that's a mark you made. I don't think so. Huh. Alright. Well, we'll read this whole thing and spend some time looking at it, but that's quite unusual. Now, if you look at the previous, numbers on top and 2 letters are crossed. Let's see, did he? Oh, yes, he did. He made more marks up here. And he's added some stuff. Oh, he's written this whole thing. All of these letters are him writing. All right, well, if you watch our Adventures by Gaslight playthrough, we spent literal days trying to crack a code in Adventures by Gaslight, and we did succeed. It's a notorious one, but hopefully this one won't be as bad. Now, I do want to note that this is the newspaper from the previous case. These are my annotations here with my erasable ink. So I'm just going to erase these since those will be relevant for our last case. But I'm okay with writing in the newspaper, so maybe we'll write in the newspaper as we get to it. Do you notice? Okay, so remember, this isn't the stolen newspaper. The last week's newspaper from the previous case was not lifted from this guy, so it has none of his annotations. He may have annotated his copy of June 3rd, but this is from our previous case. That's not this man's copy. This is the only copy that's been annotated by this guy. All right, so he wrote in here too. I see he's written in a little Bible passage. Luke 2.9, St. Andrews, maybe St. Andrews Church we might want to visit. All right, well, we'll read this in detail. There's no need to go crazy. It'll all make sense in time. All right, now, looking at the introduction first, let's see if we can't find where Daisy does her busking. So she says she spends her days on Bridge Street, a short street that runs from Parliament Square to Westminster Bridge. So let's find where that is on the map. So here's Westminster Bridge. All right. Here's Parliament. So where's our Bridge Street? Is it going to be this street here? That's the bridge. I guess that's not a street. Bridge Street. It's a short street that runs from Parliament Square. There's Parliament Square. St. George. There's Parliament Square, Victoria Street. I guess it's probably this street here. Even though it says St. George Street, maybe it turns into Bridge Street here. But this is where Daisy is. So let's just put a little marker here for us to show that this is where Daisy does her busking and where she stole this. So he could work in government. Maybe Mycroft knows him. And we're given a description of these two men. The one guy who left his newspaper was... She's in Bridge Street next to the Houses of Parliament. A fat gentleman with ginger whiskers and a bowler hat. He drops his paper, and then the man who picks it up is long black coat, shiny black gloves, tall top hat with a red feather. Okay. Maybe we'll just mark it here for okay writing in this. Write in it here. All right. Anna says two letters. She's looking at the codes in the paper. All right, well, I'm going to worry about that later. I'm not going to spend too much time decoding worrying about the code yet. But it is fascinating that this case doesn't have a place to start out. We're just going to use the newspaper to figure out where to go. I suppose, or I guess we could go to Mycroft to see if he knows anything, etc. All right, so I guess we should read the newspaper together. We'll go to it from top to bottom, I suppose, and look at any annotations he made. And Jonathan and Anna are already talking about the codes. Anna says 2 letters crossed south S and E, and the 22 could also be the address, 22 Southeast. So let's see. We've got, so you're saying the S-E, Southeast, and then where were the numbers that were crossed off? So let's take our time. Let's feel free to write in this. I'm going to write in this. And then we've got up here, and we've got here, and then we've got here. Okay, so there's the 22. So Anna is saying SE 22, Southeast 22, possibly a location. I'm going to circle this. Oh, sorry. So there was the S and E, and there's the 22 that got crossed out, so that could be location. Let's make a note of anything else that he changed. So he changed this. He added an L to here, an L instead of R. That's kind of weird. Or did he change this to an E? It's a little, or maybe he just crossed it out. A little confusing here. What happened? I can see now, looking at it closely, that it did say poor. There was no typo, and he has changed that to an E. And then do we think this is something he wrote or not? We're not sure. All right, maybe we'll see something else as we go. All right, let's read the paper. So it's the Times from June 13th. He's written a bunch of, he crossed off an N. So we also might have an N37. Can't tell what he's done here. He's crossed off this 02. All right. Births. On the 8th, inst. Remember what inst means? If I'm remembering what we learned last time, inst was of the current month. On the 8th of the current month, at number 29 Clarendon Street, Pimlico, to the wife of Mr. E.R. Daly, a boy, another birth on the 11th of this month at number 3 Tavistock Place, Tavistock Square, to the wife of Mr. Peter Ben, a son. Got some marriages on the 5th at Camp Hill Church, Queen's Park, by the Reverend D. Parker, Thomas Allen Flint to Kasha Ellen Maskerly. On the 8th at St. John's Church, Margate, by the Reverend G.J. Pinwell, Captain Frederick William Lincoln to Annie Lynn Boombridge. On the 12th of June at St. George Church, Hanover Square, by the Reverend Charles J. Astley, Malcolm Justy to Lillian Tafson. On the 12th at Camp Hill Church, Queen's Park, by the Reverend D. Parker, Joachim Terrence Fields to Deidre McClarence. And we got a couple of deaths. On the 7th, at his residence on Arlington Street, Camden Town, Mr. John Stowling, in the 71st year of his age. On the 11th, at 57 Queens Road, New Cross, Charles Langham Deere, age 67. Friends, please accept this. The only intimation. Don't know what that means. Okay, a couple miscellaneous items. Cracknell's rare and exotic birds, truly wondrous to behold, imported from Asia, Africa, and the West Indies, can be acquired to order 9 Tottenham Street Northwest, so we could go there if we cared about birds. Berner's Blacking brings brilliant shine to all leathers, liquid and paste, manufactured at 32 Oakley Street, London Southeast, sold in every town in the kingdom and in the colonies, used by the British Army, paste blacking in pots, available at 9D, 12D, and 18D each. Workers of all ages needed, apply in person. I'll note that there's a big black smudge on this newspaper, as if maybe he's using this to do, he's got some shine on his hands or on his shoes, maybe. SH, eternal thanks for your assistance in the Boscombe affair. AT. So Sherlock, this is a note from to Sherlock Holmes, someone thanking us for help in the Boscombe affair. Jewel thefts continue. For the third day in a row, a jewel thief has struck in central London, managing to extract a number of valuable items from a safe at the home of Sir Anthony Ramos on Cadogan Street early on Wednesday afternoon. As in the previous cases, police believe the safe was exploded open by the ignition of gunpowder, which had first been poured into the lock. So that's going to be something we want to investigate. Chess champion to play 12 games blindfolded. English chess champion Henry Blackburn will be at Belgrave Chess Club, 55 Southwest, tomorrow evening to take on a most extraordinary challenge. Mr. Blackburn is to play against the club's 12 best players simultaneously, and more astonishing still, he will do so blindfolded. While each of his opponents can see the board and pieces, Mr. Blackburn must memorize the same for 12 separate games. Mr. Blackburn, who has become renowned for his miraculous displays of blindfold chess, only recently returned from New York, where he took 4th place in the 6th American Chess Congress. Okay, since it seems like chess might be relevant to us, I might mark that. Gilston Builders Company share prices fall. The share price for Gilston Builders Company fell by more than $1 apiece yesterday after Lord Toby Tullins announced he would retire as chairman in August. There has been speculation for some time that Lord Tullins could retire on account of disputes with Arnold Sampson, building contract manager for the company. The company's failure to name a successor for the chairman position undermined investor confidence, despite assurances from Lord Tullins that a successor had been chosen. Railroad massacre in Ireland, Dublin, June 12th. A train containing an excursion party from Armagh has been wrecked near that place. The train contained 1,200 persons, composed of Methodist Sunday school scholars, their teachers, and relatives. They were going on an excursion to Warren Point. Latest reports say 70 bodies have been taken from the wreck and others remain under the debris. Warren Point, the place to which the party was bound, is a watering place at the mouth of the Newry River in County Down. Scuttling nuisance. 3 lads named Turner, Bates, and Smith were charged on Wednesday with having been engaged in scuttling. Mr. Louse, Steve Dorr, discovered the scuttling and was told that any further cases of the kind that came to his attention should be sent to the sessions. The accused were sentenced to 14 days imprisonment. Okay, what is scuttling? Family saved from fire, and here's our first indication. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. I notice this is B4. Maybe column B, is it just A, B's, and C's? Yes, so maybe column A, column B, column C. Paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6. There's B6. There's B4. Could this be B6, A5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No mark in that one. Okay, anyway. A family of 4 jumped for their lives from a window last night when fire broke out on the top story of an Islington house. Mrs. Baker and her 3 children made a leap of over 4-foot distance to the roof of a neighboring building and thereby escaped with their lives. The cause of the fire appears to be that of a candle lit by Miss Baker in order to sew buttons on a nightgown fell onto some sacking. If you look at the words, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, this would be B4. Don't see 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Don't see anything pointing directly to this word. B6 one says 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, it's not going to be 12. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not going to be fourth one. B. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, well, I don't see any immediate thing. Scuttling, Jonathan says, scuttling seems to be when groups of young boys fought each other. I see. Okay, let's continue here. Sale of quality furniture. A sale by auction of furniture comprising a variety, types, and styles will be made this Saturday at Ederson's Hotel, Nightingale Road, Islington. Items to be included in the sale: a Louis C's armchairs, Louis C's chaise lounge, Louis the 15th armchair, silk brocade, silk curtains, antique dining table, walnut, grandfather clock from 1866. Furniture is available for viewing from Friday at 11 o'clock. Roman remains at Silchester. The clearing away of the site of a Roman encampment at Silchester, Hampshire, is being carried on by the Society of Antiquaries of London with the most satisfactory results. A portion of a heathen altar has been found along with 5 pendants. An even more interesting relic discovered is the statue of a male broken off downwards from the knees and minus arms and head. The remainder, being about 2 feet in length, is a very fine piece of sculpture, with the lines of the figure and drapery being remarkably good. More such discoveries are anticipated as the excavation continues. Shipping departures. The Clarence, Jardine and Maston and Company, leaves London June 14th, 4-day voyage to Tangier, 6-day voyage to Athens. The Auguste Victoria on the Cunard Line departs London June 16th, a 7-day trip to New York. The Queen Anne, the Jardine and Matheson and Company, leaves London June 16th for a 9-day voyage to New Orleans and a 14-day voyage to the West Indian Isles. Found in Vauxhall, Vincent Square, a horse and cart laden when bound with wheat as if for delivery. Horse, cart, and goods are safe, held in the yard at Millbank Prison. Any person wishing to make a claim, ask for Constable Chedley. That's kind of interesting. I'm going to make a little note about that. French announce naval spending plans. Yesterday, Claude Marchand, Minister of Defense for the French Republican Party, announced plans to increase military spending on naval assets to ensure France's defenses remain at the highest standards. His announcement comes 3 months prior to the French General Legislative election. It also comes 2 weeks after the passing of the British Naval Defence Act, which committed over 20 million sterling to expansion of the British fleet, although specific details of how those funds will be spent have not yet been disclosed. Okay, our last column here. Palace Annex complete. A new annex to Westminster Hall, the oldest part of the Palace of Westminster, has been completed, despite delays last month for reasons unknown, and will provide additional offices and a conference room for parliamentarians. The annex was designed by Mr. J.L. Pearson. During the works, repairs were also conducted to an area of wall that was damaged during the Fenian bombing of Westminster Hall 4 years ago. Here's some personal letters to the editor, I guess. Sir, in your police report on Thursday last on the despicable affair of Alfred Ashe, you imply that those in attendance were there to seek retribution or gain some perverse gratification. I can assure you that many had gathered for another reason, in the hope of seeing English justice done in a fair and even-handed manner. You specifically state that gathered parties were in no doubt as to the guilt of Mr. Ashe, and all were set against him to a man. As one of those thus gathered, I can inform you that I held no certainty as to Mr. Ashe's guilt. Quite the contrary. His probable innocence, and indeed likely inability to commit the alleged offense, was foremost in my mind, as it was, I assure you, on the mind of many others. I'm just going to make a little mark there. It sounds interesting, like we might want to check last week's paper. Chess problem number 1022, and the 22 has been crossed, by Mr. Digby. White to play and mate in 4 moves. Why he did this, I don't know. So you could look at this. You could probably find white to mate in 4 moves. There's the white king. To the editor of the Times, Sir, I wonder how long our parliamentarians can persist in the face of common sense and persistent public outcry. I refer, of course, to the nonsensical piece of legislation being proposed under the title of the Children's Charter, which will do nothing but deprive said children of food, lodging, and the basic amenities of life. As if it were not enough that many of London's businessmen have spoken against the charter, I was myself witness only yesterday to a large gathering of poor folk raining their disdain upon the MP for Chelmsford in the form of insults and stones, and these very people he claims the charter will help. It is clear they do not want his help, and it is time he and his fellows abandoned the foolhardy proposal and ceased to ignore the voices of the ordinary people. This is probably a real thing, the Children's Charter. I think this is probably one of these things that is against child labor, and the people are up in arms that you can't have the 5-year-olds working in the factory. Okay, letter to the editor of the Times. Sir, may I respectfully add to your piece on Tuesday last on the popularity of gloved boxing and the decline of bare-handed matches by stating that in my youth, fights with naked fists would be held every Sunday between the champions of neighboring villages. Had gloves been used, the barbarity of the spectacle and the horrendous loss of life, which was not uncommon, would have been much reduced. Okay, so there's our paper. We've now read it. We've got some places we could go without understanding the code, but we probably should spend a little bit of time looking at the code, trying to make some sense of it. We've got already a guess that this might be instructions. I'm guessing that these are instructions to make these crosses, to make these changes, which would let us find this. But the right thing to do now is to take a break. We'll come back and we'll get into it. So I'll see you in 8 minutes and we'll start the case. If you want to play this at home, now is the time. You can leave and you won't have gotten any spoilers. We'll come back and we'll start playing. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. And we're about to start case 6 here. We've read the newspaper. I think for our notes, it pays to do some little organization here. I've written down from this newspaper the parts of this code that seem clear to me. It looks like these are little tuplets, B43, C34. So each of these are broken up. So I got B43, C34, B612, C289, down to C317. So that gives us 7 little tuples here. These going from A, B, C seems like they might be column A, column B, column C. If this is indeed B4, that gives us a paragraph where something happened. C3 seems to give us a paragraph where something happened. B6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. B6 also gives us where something is marked. C2, though, doesn't seem to give us something marked. A5 would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A5 we also, if this is right, B4, 1, 2, 3, 4. B4 again, and C3 again. And then nothing here. This would be C1, 2, 3, 4. C4 don't seem to have an entry for that. So I'm not sure how much sense this makes. This is B4 again and C3 again. Well, we've got 2 entries in C3, so that makes sense. B4 we only have 1 letter crossed off, so I'm not sure why there'd be 2 of those. So but as I was saying, I was thinking we could just go back through our notes. This is newspaper. This is code in the newspaper of June 13th. The other thing it says here is Luke 29, St. Andrews. And then I did want to spend a moment looking at this top thing here. The N is crossed off, the 3 is crossed off, the 7 is crossed off. Now what's happening here? What is that? It's easier to see on the screen actually than it is to see with my own eyes, but I still am having a hard time making out what he's done here. It looks to me like maybe the 0 is crossed off and a 2 is written in. That kind of looks like what it says to me. I'm just going to mark this down on another page. I think it's an N. And then he's added an A. And there's 3, 2, 7, 0, 1. Okay, so then if we compare to the previous newspaper, you can see he's actually added the letter A in there. So I just want to get this transcoded. So he's added an A, and then he's added here what looks like to me a 2. N-A. Okay, and then crossed off the 3, crossed off the N, crossed off the 7, crossed off the 0. I'm not exactly sure about this too, but if you want, so if you did read this, If you read what was crossed off, you'd get N370. And if you read what was added and left, you'd get A221. Not sure that that's of any use to us. Okay, so the channel is saying A221 as another pair. That's a pretty good idea. A2 would give us in the marriage things. That's not a bad idea, though. It's an interesting question whether the letters crossed off are being selected or being excluded. So what Steppy is suggesting in the channel is that this might be an A21 as another A221. So maybe here at top would be A221. It's an interesting theory. Anna is saying, let's go to a couple places before we completely go down this rabbit hole of trying to understand this code. I mean, I do agree with that in general, but since I'm so intrigued by this code, I do want to look at it just a little bit more. But I do agree with the idea that we shouldn't completely get wrapped up in this before we explore it more, before we go to some places. I do think our guess that this might be Southeast 22 is a reasonable thing to do. Let's look at what Southeast 22 actually is. So if we look Southeast 22, it's down here. No, that's, yeah. All right, let's just look at this again. 7 items, but we only know about 1, 2, 3, 4, possibly 5 here. We don't know if this is something. Presumably this would tell him what to cross off here. Is there any way we get 1, 2, 3, 4? This is B4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It would be 8th word. 5th. That would be A5. I don't. 8, 5. I don't see that. Not letter count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. No, so it's not clear what would be referring to that S. This might be even easier to find. 1, 2, 3, C3. 1, 2, 3. This is the 4th word. And how would you know? 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17. Doesn't really help. Wait a minute. C3 17, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I mean, this here, C3 17, C3 17 is column 3, paragraph 3. This 2 is the 17th letter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17th letter. Counting from the title. That's pretty compelling. Let's see what this B4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me count from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38 would be the D. Boy, this seems like awfully big coincidence, though. Jonathan is saying in the chat, could the chess move be another pair? Chess moves are numbered in an odd way. It's queens. So I'm not sure what the proper annotation for this is. Maybe we're going to learn about it if we go to the chess club. It's hard for me to resist not spending more time trying to decode this, but okay, let's force ourselves to not spend hours. I mean, we will spend hours trying to decode it, but let's force ourselves not to worry about it yet. There's an annotation for chess that we might use, but it's an interesting idea, Jonathan, that this could be a another tuple, B2. But the problem is this. Well, how would you read this? Well, you could read it from the other side, in which case that would be B1. All right, let's not let's force ourselves to stop working on the code for now. I do want to say this though. We're going to go to some places, but yeah, Anna, we are going to go to some places now and stop decoding. It's hard not to get wrapped in the code, but I do want to say that there's no shame sitting here and spending hours in silence just looking at it. So I'm not going to shy away from that when the need arises. But let's go to a couple places first and get a little bit of a feel of this. I did want to write down from the introduction the couple of clues we had. First of all, one was the Bridge Street location. where she found the newspaper. And the person who left it, we don't know if he's involved in it, but it wouldn't be surprising if the person who left it wrote the numbers at the top and the person who decoded it used those. So it wouldn't be surprising if they were working together. So he was a fat gentleman with ginger whiskers. And then the person who took the paper had tall top hat with red feather, long black coat, shiny black gloves. Any other information that we heard from the intro that's relevant to us? Probably, I think that was it. All right. So, it looks like everyone wants to go to the chess club. I do think chess club seems reasonable. I do want to look about the jewelry theft. Even if that wasn't our main case, it's clearly something that we should be interested in. And 22 Southeast, if we're correct that this is Southeast 22, then we might want to just stop in there and see if that is relevant to us. All right, let's try the chess club first. Was the chess club mentioned in the paper, or shall we just look it up? Why did I think it was mentioned in the paper? Jewel Chess Champion. There we go. Okay. That the Belgrave Chess Club, 55 Southwest. All right, let's start out by going to the chess club. So 55 Southwest Chess from the newspaper. All right. Our first location, here we go. All right, where's my stuff? "55 Southwest. We are thrilled about Mr. Blackburn's visit," says Mr. Shanda, a young Indian gentleman who is secretary of Belgrave Chess Club. He presses his hands together as he speaks and keeps staring at the floor. He's probably the best chess player of the age. Tomorrow, blindfolded, he will play gentlemen of the club, including myself, Mr. Unsgaard, and Mr. Werner, some of our most accomplished players. It will be an event for the ages. For the ages. Why is he speaking weirdly? Is it because his halting English? How am I supposed to be reading this? Certainly sounds like it, nods Wiggins. And what do you make of this, Mr. Shanda? He holds out the Times with the chess problem and annotations. Ah, I know. Mr. Digby. He lives just the other side of the river at 24 Walnut Tree Walk. I recommended he submitted something, and I'm glad he has. I am unsure about this move marked on in pen, though. Could it mean anything to a chess player? Asks Wiggins. Now he's going to say the same thing I was saying before. It is bishop to g8 in Greco's mate, which is a common checkmate pattern. The white bishop threatens a move to g8 in order to contain the black king on h8, but that isn't the case here. What do g8 and h8 mean, Mr. Chandra? It's algebraic notation used to record moves. You assign letters A, B, C from left to right and numbers 1, 2, 3 from bottom to top. People new to the system often forget the second point, bottom to top, not top to bottom. A bit counterintuitive, you see, but this move, he pauses to point at the newspaper, it just makes no sense. That's what we thought, Mr. Shanda, sighs Wiggins. Thanks for your time, anyhow, and good luck against Mr. Blackburn. So he is saying, it sounds like, what we were thinking here, that it's maybe a code saying the location. So what he says is, officially, left to right is letters, top to bottom is numbers, but some people get it wrong. Some people go, sorry, not top to bottom is not the official way, right? Bottom to top. Bottom to top is official, but some people go top to bottom. So, in other words, our thing here is B2, which everyone's gonna not everyone's gonna understand it. So this is B2 to A, B, C, D, E, F, G, 8, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to G8. But he's saying some people might count down, which would make this B7 to G1. Either way, though, that's weird for our code because we've got letter number, like B2, and then we've got a pure number. So it's a little, doesn't fit in with our system. Okay. All right, let's think. Oh, he gave us an address of the guy who submitted it, but I don't see how that's going to be helpful for us. But he did tell us where he lived. I guess we should write that down in our notes. He also told us that Digby, the guy who submitted this problem, lives at 24 Walnut Tree Walk, Cross River. No reason why that should be important to us, right? He submitted the problem, but that has nothing to do with. He might have an additional theory. Wow, Dawn is here and has come up with a very interesting theory. Could B2 to G8 equals B98, says Jonathan, but then Dawn says bishop to G8 is Bishopgate, if that's a place. Jonathan says B298 or B268 if the G becomes a similar looking number. Interesting. Lots of interesting theories here. Mm-hmm. The writing on here, Luke 29, St. Andrews, if we look up St. Andrew's Church, I believe there is a church. There's no St. Andrew's Church. I thought there was. There's no St. Andrew's Church. We could also stop by the Times, see if they could make anything of it. Mycroft knows about code breaking. He might have some ideas. So there's no St. Andrew's Church. There's no St. Andrew's of anything. That's kind of confusing. I thought I remembered there being a St. Andrew's, but I don't see it. Let's try going. And it says, we know where the author of the chess puzzle is. Yes, I did just write that down. I don't know what he's gonna... I suppose we could keep following down this lead. He obviously did not have anything to do with this code. He's gonna tell us the same thing, that doesn't make sense, but maybe he'll have a little more insight. So 24 Walnut Street. We were currently in Southwest, where we went to the chess club. I guess we should be keeping track of this just for fun. We went to 55 Southwest to the chess club, which is there. Okay. And he says a guy lives across from the river at 24 Walnut Street. Digby. I guess we could look up Digby and see if we could get his full address. Okay, well, Digby is not in the directory, but 24 Walnut across from the city, across from the river. Let's see where our 24 Walnut Street is. There, Walnut Tree Walk. All right, so there it is, right there. So 24 Southeast. Let's go visit Digby and see if he has any insight into this. I don't know why he should, but he might have something to tell us. All right. Yes, I created the chess problem. Have you solved it? I bet you haven't. A tricky little number, isn't it? Mr. Digby is in the late middle age, has long gray hair, and is wearing a thick blue dressing gown dotted with crumbs. As we talk, he munches constantly on biscuits taken from a floury tin. We haven't solved it, Mr. Digby, but we wondered if you could take a gander at this. Wiggins hands him the newspaper. This is like hints, I feel like. But okay, we hand him the newspaper. What? He exclaims loudly, sending more crumbs from his mouth down his dressing gown. Is this your attempt, young man? What do they get to teach you chess? Who do they get to teach you chess nowadays? Imbeciles? You can't do that. The bishop cannot move to g8. It's impossible. It's not even possible in the whole game. Because it's on black, you see. It can't move to white. oh dear, take this away and start again. He hands back the newspaper and pushes a new biscuit into his mouth. Sensing we will get nothing more from Mr. Digby, we take our leave. Okay, so it's a little hint, though, about the numbering system. G8, he's telling us. It doesn't matter who's making the chess problems. The person making the chess problem is not leaving a message. It's our guy annotating it to indicate something. But it's B2 to G8. We don't quite know what to make sense of that, though. Okay, so the only thing he confirmed to us is it's felt like that was another hint about making sure we know how to annotate the locations. So we know it's B2 to G8. I think that confirms our theory that that's going to be a part of a code. B2 G8 is going to be another entry here, as we were talking about. And he does say that novices might not know that you should count from bottom to top, and so someone might think this was B7 to G1, something to consider. Then we still have to make sense about how a G8 makes any sense. I think Jonathan had not a bad idea about maybe the G is a 6 or something. It looks like Anna found what a St. Andrew's is. I thought it was a church. I couldn't find it. Anna says in West Central there's a 29 St. Andrews Street. That is very attractive as a concept. So we look in West Central. It's a problem when I start using these glasses. I need them now all of a sudden. So 29 Little St. Andrew Street in the West Central. Matching Route 29, St. Andrew. That's very appealing, yes. All right, I think we should go there. 29 WC. Let's see what we've got there. $29 WC. A butler answers the door at 29 Little St. Andrew Street, and we ask to see the master of the house. Sir Merlin is at Parliament, the butler replies. Well, this seems like what we want. We want Parliament, right? I wonder if you can help us, says Wiggins, thinking quickly. We offer a delivery service for newspapers and thought maybe Sir Merlin would be interested. He already gets the Times delivered every morning, the butler replies, though perhaps if you offer a lower price, leave me the details and I can ask him, but you would have to be reliable. Very fond of his newspaper, is he? Indeed. He spends some time each morning perusing the news and grappling with the chess problems. In fact, he enjoys his newspaper so much that he has recently started taking it with him to Parliament. How recently? Oh, he started about 2 or 3 weeks ago, I believe, the butler replies. But why do you want to know? We've got to be off now, Governor, says Wiggins with a wink as we quickly turn away from the house. But thanks for your time. So 29 WC, we found the location of the guy with newspaper. Well, he's got a newspaper subscription. We don't have a description of him. It would be nice to know if he was the fat guy, but it sounds like, yeah, he would be the guy bringing the paper. So maybe this is the fat guy with ginger mustache, ginger whiskers. Okay. Sir Merlin. at Parliament. So we might try to find his office. And he plays with chess problems. And started 3 weeks ago doing that. Started bringing it in 3 weeks ago. So maybe for 3 weeks he's been sending messages. Now, why would he write that address in the paper, though? Why would he write his address? Maybe it's the delivery address. But then why would they write Luke 29? That could be the delivery. I'm sort of curious to go to the Times office and see what they have to say. And it says, let's go to Langdale Pike for some gossip. Yeah, let's do that. But first I want to go to the newspaper office and see if they have any information for us. Newspapers. The Times is 30 EC, which is also one of our... Oh, is that where Langdale Pike is? No, that's different. 30 EC. 30 EC is Henry Ellis, reporter for the Times. So we're going to talk to Henry Ellis and find out if the Times knows anything about the delivery of this paper, for example. Okay, here's 30 EC. Look at that. It was right. This is what I was hoping to see. Confirmation that we understood why his name was up the paper. The scrolling at the top is a delivery note, says Ellis. When we show him the newspaper, it appears this copy was delivered to a Mr. Luke. He must have a subscription placed with his local post office. I have no idea about all the other information, I'm afraid, though I'm sure we have the address of the man who sent in the chess problem, if that could be of any use. He rifles through the papers in a drawer. Here it is, Mr. Digby, 24 Walnut Tree Walk, Southeast. And do you know anything about the jewelry thefts? Nothing more than the police. One of our reporters spoke to Mr. Murray from the Criminology Laboratory, that's one of our allies, who noticed a curious detail on the scene of the second burglary. However, we did not manage to learn more. Tinker is looking at something in the corner of the room. Why have you thrown away all those letters, Mr. Ellis? He asks, pointing at a pile of paper in the rubbish bin. Ellis glances over. Oh, they're all the letters about the children's charter. We've been getting at least one a day arguing against the charter, and we've been publishing them. Oops, let's scroll this down a bit. But I noticed this morning that the handwriting on some of them was suspiciously similar. Despite the names being different, I've decided to hold off publishing anymore. I'm not going to promote one man's crusade, especially one who's that dishonest in how he goes about it. Okay, so that was actually quite satisfying to get that, to talk to the newspaper guy, because he confirmed two things. First of all, he gave us the address of the guy who sent in the chess problem, which we found on our own, but he also confirmed what I was thinking, which is that the reason that this is written here is this is delivery information. And at 29 St. Andrews Street, which is this person Merlin, we're also going to write down Luke. That's either his first name, Luke Merlin, or it's the butler's name, whatever, but it's probably his first name, Luke Merlin. But it's just nice to get little confirmation that it made sense that his name was written down there. Okay, so newspaper. We learned that the charter letters might be fake, whatever. All right, so We can try to find Merlin at the at Parliament. We could try to look him up, find his offices. We could try to go now to the... Oh, we also learned about Meeks, about jewelry theft. He said there's something interesting in the scene of the second jewelry theft, so we could check that out. We could go to Southeast 22 and see if we could see if that makes any sense. We could check out this black paste, because I think this might be a clue here. To me, this feels like a little bit of a clue. Maybe, maybe not. We could check out this lost cart. Got lots of interesting things to do. Does anyone have a preference for where to go first? For fun, we should... Where is the person complaining about the children's charter? Was it anonymous or was it signed? Yes, here's the person complaining about the charter, who we think is writing lots of letters. So Douglas Tressel. I do want to visit Douglas Tressel and see what he's going on about. Scotland Yard could be interesting. The paper only gave the third name, but there were 2 other robberies before, yes. And now, presumably at some point, we might want to look at the previous paper. Although without the code, it's hard to see how we'd make any sense of it. Well, let's see. Let's take our time. Let's not... I guess I'm curious to go to the black ink place. 32 Southeast is the blackening stuff. Let's go there. I guess we shouldn't agonize over the places that we know we want to go. So let's go here. Let's go to Meeks. Let's find out a little bit about the jewelry heist, and we'll circle back to our case. Werner's blackening. To Southeast. We enter the front of Werner's Blacking Company, where a curly-haired woman sits behind a desk writing something in a ledger. On a wall to our right is a large framed portrait of a man in a top hat with a feather in the band. The plate underneath reads, Mr. C. Werner of Werner's Blacking and Werner and Company Shipwrights. Could we see Mr. Werner, please? Asks Wiggins. It's urgent. Urgent, is it? The woman scoffs. You mean you want a job, do you? Can you sit still for 8 hours a day? I excel at it, ma'am. Have you got steady hands? The steadiest. Come with me. She leads us through a door into a vast warehouse filled with benches and lined on one side with large vats. The benches are crammed with hundreds of scruffy, grime-covered children who are taking small pots and applying labels to them. There's a very strong, acrid smell, and the sound of clinking jars and bubbling liquid is accompanied by the scampering and squeaking of many rats. We see one child crawling about on the floor amongst the rats, sweeping up dust and litter. Help stop fires breaking out, the woman remarks as we watch the boy, who must be about 8 years old, squeeze under one of the vats. We can make room for you, the woman says, walking toward the benches. Actually, ma'am, I think we'll look elsewhere, says Wiggins, and we rush back outside. Okay, so, though, this could be someone who wants child labor, but we also learned something quite intriguing about the owner of this place, right? Mr. C. Werner, right? He also owns Werner and Company Shipwrights, and coincidental or not, but he's got a top hat with a feather. I wonder if we shouldn't go to some hatteries and see if that's like a custom hat. Okay, now I'm just going to put child labor here. Jonathan says, was Werner also mentioned as a member of the chess club? Is that right? Let's go back and look at that. I don't remember that. Do you guys remember? Maybe you can tell me. 29. The chess club was 55 Southwest. Let me see if there's a Werner mentioned here. I don't see any mention at the chess club of him. I have a memory of Werner being one of the matches. Oh well, maybe it's I don't know. Let's see. We can read the newspaper item. Blackburn challenging 12 people at the club. All right, well, someone will correct me if I'm wrong, or when we meet Werner, he'll tell us. I'm just going to make a little note here that we might want to see, visit some hattery places. 32 Southeast, let's mark it on our map for fun. That's where Werner worked. If we follow this up a little bit and we go to the directory and we find steamship, if I look up Werner, do we find his shipyard? Werner and Matheson. Werner and Matheson. Is that his shipyard? 78 Southeast? It's not a steamship company. I'm gonna visit this Werner and Matheson and Company just to just see if that's related to our guy. Werner Christian. Okay, all right. Hold on a second. Check paragraph 1 of 55 Southwest. Okay, so Jonathan is talking about the chess club place. Let's see. Yes, you're right. Jonathan is right. Okay, so Jonathan remembered Werner from the chess club. And here it is. It says it in fact. He will play gentlemen of the club, including myself, Mr. Unsgaard, and Mr. Werner, some of our most accomplished players. Okay, so Werner is a chess club player. We went to his Werner's Blackening, but if you look up Werner in the, now that we're interested in him, he's come up twice now. If we look up Werner in the white pages, we've got his home address. We've got a Dr. Werner, but I don't think that's our guy, but we've got his home address. So let's visit his home address, 81 Southwest. Why did I think I found another place? Oh, Vilmer and Comp. No, Vermeer. Why did I think I saw another Werner? Oh, that's different. That's because I need my glasses. That's Venner. Okay, so, but we do have his home address. Werner, Christian Werner, 81 Southwest. When we know his first name is Christian. Assuming this is the right place. Okay, 81 Southwest. Let's knock on his home. Steppy says, is it okay if we look at the previous newspaper on our own and report back if we find anything new to these streams? That's a great question. That's a great question. I think this is how we're going to do this. This is a great question. It relates to, should we branch off and each do different things? And I think the general rule we've been following is that you shouldn't go on your own in general to read things and make choices. But I think for this set of cases, the past newspapers are in a different category because those are things that the newspapers are things that one wants to scan and not read through. So I think in the case of past newspapers, feel free to search through them. If you find something interesting, you can speak up. In general, though, if there's something you want to pursue, you think is interesting, mention it, and we get to it, we'll do it together. But past newspapers, feel free to scan through. Newspapers in general, feel free to scan through. But we're going to Werner's home now, 81 Southwest. And let's see if this guy has anything more for us. No one answers the door at number 81, though a neighbor informs us that it is the home of Mr. Werner, owner of Werner's Blacking Company and Werner and Company Shipwrights. Glancing through the front window, we can see a chessboard on a long oak table, behind which hangs a cage containing a large red and black parrot that seems to be asleep. That's interesting. So 81 Southwest, we got more confirmation that he's a chess player. This is Christian Werner. Is that the parrot's feather he's got in his top hat? He's got a red and black parrot. I wonder if that's the feather in his hat is from his parrot. Another mention of Werner and Company shipwrights. It's a little disturbing to me that we can't find the shipwright company. Shipping departures. Just to confirm, though, there's no Werner. Werner and Company shipwright. I don't see it. It's a little odd to mention that he owns this other steamwright company, and yet there's no way to find it. All right, we won't worry about it for now. Porky is called. Well, Anna, you're suggesting a couple places that we tend to think of as kind of as hints, and I think in general we should avoid going to places just for hints until we run out of leads. So I do think we should try to do the leads we heard about directly first. And there are a couple. Like we could go about the jewelry robberies. We heard about that. We could try to find this guy at Parliament. How about we go to Meeks and learn about the jewelry? It was Meeks that he said had jewelry information, wasn't it? Or was it the other criminologist? See Meeks about the jewelry theft. All right, let's pursue this a little bit. So Meeks is 38 EC. Let's see what Meeks. Let's pursue our jewelry robbery a little bit. Hold on, look at that. 38 EC says Jasper Meeks is not in his office. Interesting. All right. What about jewel thefts continue? Third day in a row, a jewel thief has struck in central London. I'm reading the newspaper here. Managing to extract a number of valuable items from a safe at the home of Sir Anthony Ramos on Cadogan Street. Let's go visit him. Sir Anthony Ramos on Cadogan Street. All right, let's find out. And he was robbery on Wednesday. In case it's important for us. Let's find Anthony Ramos on Cadogan. So no Ramos. Well, that's a little interesting. Sir Anthony Ramos. on Cadogan Street. As in the previous cases, police believe the safe was exploded open by ignition of gunpowder poured into the lock. There's gunsmiths. They might know something about the gunpowder, but I want to find out. I'm remembering we read something. Well, Anna says, why do we go to Meeks? There are no bodies yet, but Murray is the criminologist. I agree that Murray seems more reasonable, but my notes said that when we went to the newspaper, 30 EC, he says, oh, Murray. I wrote it down wrong. Murray had a detail. Okay, so this is why you got to take good notes. If you write down Meeks. So I questioned myself, like, why are we visiting Meeks? But then I checked my notes. It said Meeks, so that's what I went to. All right, so we're going to Murray. All right, Murray is 22 Southwest. All right, let's see what Murray noticed unusual. As we enter the laboratory, we hear Murray shout, "Stay down!" And then a loud bang sends us diving to the floor. A few moments later, we scramble to our feet and see Mr. Murray doing the same a few feet from us, partially obscured by dispersing smoke. "You trying to do us all in, Mr. Murray?" asks Wiggins. "Oh, no, dear lad," Murray replies, poking a sheet of metal with a stick. "I might end up killing myself, of course, but in this job, one has to make sacrifices." And then it continues on. All right, he's going to tell us about the gunpowder used to blow these locks, I guess. We walk forward and peer at the sheet of metal on the table, which looks like a small door. "It's from a safe," Murray explains. "I'm about to submit my report on the burglaries to Inspector Lestrade, and I was confirming my theory about how the burglar blew the safes open. Gunpowder poured into the lock. It leaves quite a mess, but if you don't use too much, you can leave the contents largely intact, though they may need a clean, of course." "Could you take a gander at this for us, Mr. Murray?" asks Wiggins, handing over the Times newspaper. Murray spends some time looking it over, and after a while we realize he's just reading the news stories. Wiggins coughs, and Murray looks up in surprise, as if he's forgotten we were there. "Those scribbles, Mr. Murray," says Wiggins, pointing. "What could they mean?" Murray takes a magnifying glass to the newspaper. "Well, the one at the top," he says, "that name and number, I'd say it was a delivery mark. It's written in pencil rather than ink, and by a different hand to the rest." All right, we already figured this out. "The other marks have been made with an expensive ink and a high-quality nib, except for that black mark on the Times crest, which seems to be something else." We figured out what that is. All right, so where's our notes? We might need to be taking some notes here. So he says gunpowder safe, right? But he also says expensive nib are making the notes, the annotations that we care about. "Helpful as always, Mr. Murray," says Wiggins. "And by the way, do you have anything interesting on the burglaries?" "Only one thing," Murray replies. "It's been bothering me. I visited each crime scene and looked at the safes. All the victims said items of jewelry were taken, but in the second robbery, that of Countess Nerona, What she said didn't make sense. She claimed the safe contained separate items of jewelry, mostly in small cases and some loose. But the thing is, the explosive used to blow the lock coated the inside of the safe with a thin residue of powder. Except, of course, for the area where the items inside were sitting. Do you follow? We all nod our heads. So, in each safe, I could see roughly where the items had been. Now, in the Countess's safe, there were not lots of small areas as you'd expect from separate jewelry items. There was just one large rectangular shape, more like what you'd expect from one large box, or perhaps a heap of files or letters. But why would she lie, Wiggins, eh? Why would she lie? Very interesting, Mr. Murray, says Wiggins. Thank you. Okay. So he says, Countess Nerona, which might be in our last week's paper. She says lots of small jewelry, but in fact, she's lying. She's lying, but why? One large box stolen or folder of papers. Now, is that in our previous paper? Oh, look what I see. Werner and Company Shipwrights. Just found their address. Just found. Dawn wants to know if you're keeping the map up to date. Oops. No, thank you for reminding me. All right, so let me do that first. But this is huge. Werner and Shipwright from previous paper I found. What about the robbery? Do you see the robbery? Murder. This cane we found last time in the previous case, I feel like we didn't figure what those were or not. I can't remember. All right, I don't see the previous robbery. But we will want to visit Werner's shipwright. Okay, let's make sure the map is being kept up to date. And then it's time for a little break. Okay, so we went to Murray. He's at 22 Southwest. Now you might ask, why do we do this? Why do we keep track of these places? Well, it's mainly for fun. Okay, we visited Meeks, but we weren't supposed to, so I'm not even going to write that one down. 81 Southwest was where Werner lived and his parrot. Where's 81 Southwest? 88, 86. There's 81. Okay, that's where Werner lived. Werner's building, 32 Southeast. We marked that. Okay, so I think that's all of it. Dawn says it adds a sense of place and flavor for me. Okay, Merlin, Luke, the MP, good catch, Steppy. Steppy says, I did a quick skim of paper 5. There's also mentions of chess matches, children's charter, yes. Oh, there is a mention of Merlin, Luke. Okay, let's find that, because I think we want to look at that together. But, Steppy, you didn't catch Werner Shipwright, so it's good I caught that. Let's see what we got. Naval Defense Act. Reports from experts, including former Admiral Merlin Luke. There he is. He is playing a big role in today's mission. Naval Defense Act. So, Mycroft might know a bit about this. But we've confirmed Luke, Merlin, that everything is making sense. Everything is making sense. Is Sir Merlin the mastermind behind the robberies and Werner the actual thief? That seems unlikely to me, but they could be involved in the robberies, or these could be two totally separate cases. We don't know if the code is talking about the robberies, but somehow I have my doubts. I feel like they might be separate things, but they could be tied together. I do want to mark down the shipwright company, Werner, so we don't forget to do that. From the paper yesterday, I don't think he's going to be there to talk to us, but let's see. Shipwright is at 39 Southeast. Right there by the river makes sense. All right, and we still have to find Ramos where the recent robbery was. If for no other reason we want that address to see if it's related to any of our code. Mycroft sometimes hangs out at the Diogenes Club. Yes, he does. Anna says, we don't have Mycroft in this box. So what Anna is saying is if you look at the informants, Mycroft is not among them, but he does sometimes hang out at the Diogenes Club. Yes. And let's also remember that Meeks was just, sorry, not Meeks, but Murray was just telling us that he's going to submit the robbery report to Lestrade, so we might visit Lestrade for more on this robbery. We think it's gunpowder, so maybe some gunsmiths might be reasonable to go to. Okay, but it's time for a break. So we'll take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes, and we will resume case 6. Okay, we're back here watching Caught for Two. We're playing 6, the Busker of Bridge Street. Anna is saying the details from Murray suggest the robbery is important. Absolutely, I agree with that. And we should chase down some robbery leads. I think that's a good idea. That's a reasonable thing to spend our time doing. Just to catch us all up, I did make a note of things I don't want to forget to do. To visit hat shops in case we're looking for someone with a very distinctive hat. Pen shops, we're told the annotations in the paper were made with a very expensive nib. So I'm sort of curious if we can get confirmation that Werner is the guy writing this. Possibly Werner is the guy writing this stuff down. I want to find Ramos, the person who just got robbed. The Countess, talk to her, the person who got robbed previous. We might want to visit gunpowder makers to see if anyone's buying gunpowder, high quality gunpowder to blow the safes, and then find Merlin. Now, so before we do Anna's thing about trying to find Lestrade that he's reporting to, I want to see. Okay, so let's take a look at Murray's comments that we just read. I want to get the dates of robberies down in case they're important. So Murray's conducting gunpowder experiments. We follow up with him. Okay, so he says the guy is using a high quality nib. That's fine. He confirms what we knew about the delivery mark. That let us track down Werner. Okay, he visited each crime, looked at all the safes. The second robbery is Countess Nerona is the second robbery. Okay. She's the one who she claims stuff. Okay. Now, the robbery in today's paper, for the third day in a row, the jewel thief has struck in central London. Third day in a row. Okay, that's why she wasn't in the previous paper. So, Sir Anthony Ramos struck early on Wednesday. So if we make a note of our robberies, whether this is going to be important, we don't know, but we know the jewel robberies. We know we've got 1, 2, 3. We know the third one is the third day in a row, which is Sir Anthony Ramos on Cadogan Street. And that would be Wednesday morning, June 12. Wednesday afternoon. That would make the second robbery of Countess Nerona, June 11th, and then a mystery robbery on June 10th that we don't know anything about. Our previous paper is June 3rd, so no reason to think that any of those would not be mentioned in here. We don't know where Countess Nerona lives. We haven't tried to look her up. We don't know where Sir Anthony Ramos lives. I couldn't find him in the paper, although he might be mentioned in one of the other papers for unrelated matters. So you might want to keep your eye open for Cadogan Street for any other reference to Ramos in either paper. But meanwhile, we might want to visit the Countess Nerona to see if we can find her. So let's do that. Let's start by looking up Countess Nerona. Okay, well, Countess Nerona is not in the directory by name, so we need to find some other way to get her location. Jonathan says, we want to knock out the shipwright lead Jesse found first before switching to the robbery angle. And Anna says, Merlin Luke is writing to Werner, so Merlin is the type who has the expensive pen. Yeah, we're going to have to figure out which one is which. All right, let's go to the shipwright. Let's do what Jonathan said and finish the one. Before we switch to the jewel thief stuff, let's clean up this last Werner shipwright that we found from the previous paper. 39 Southeast. Southeast. Let's see what we got here. So if you remember, this is Werner's shipwright company. We wander into the large shipyard. Oops, don't read this. Among the warehouses, we notice many scruffy children running in and out of a wide door, carrying heavy buckets laden with metal. Peering into the door, we can see the prow of a large ship and the children delivering their cargo into a vat for melting. At that point, a voice behind us says, "Oh, what you hanging around for? Get back to work or Mr. Werner will have your heads." We turn to see a broad, gruff man with a beard staring at us with his hands on his hips. "Oh, we don't work here, Governor," says Wiggins. "We just came to see Mr. Werner." "If you don't work here, you can get lost. The exit's that way." He points and we follow his direction and leave the shipyard. Okay, so all we learned here is Werner loves using little children for his work. Not much of interest there. So he might be the person complaining about children. So I'm just going to write child labor. Nothing really important here. Okay, and we'll cross him off. I guess that wasn't even on here. We want to mark that in our little map here. 39 Southeast, right at the edge of the Thames River. All right. Just to confirm, Werner will be against the Abolition of Children Act. That's right. Daisy said a fat guy with whiskers and bowler hat dropped the paper, and the feather guy took it, who is Werner. I think that makes sense, because Werner has the parrot with the red feather, so he's the second guy, and Merlin is going to be the fat guy who gets it third. John says there's some smelting going on at the shipwright. That might be worth keeping note of that. Okay, let's see. I'll just write that down. Yes, you're right. They're melting up metals. Smelting metals. All right. So how are we going to find the addresses of the two people that got robbed? Do we visit Lestrade for that information, you think? It's a little weird that we couldn't look them up. I'm surprised the Countess does not have, and Sir Anthony Ramos doesn't have The gossip person might know too. All right, let's go to Lestrade and we'll go to the gossip person. Okay. So Lestrade, who our guy was reporting about the robberies, is 13 Southwest. Maybe he will be able to give us the addresses of the robberies. And I do not know why you guys don't remind me when I forget that I've got this view for reading. We find Lestrade hunched over a desk, studying some handwritten lists. "Inspector," says Wiggins, "while you're looking at those scribbles there, could you look at these too?" He slides the Times newspaper under Lestrade's nose. Lestrade glances at the newspaper for a minute, then stands and stares at Wiggins. "I've no time to play your games or dilly-dally with scribblings on newspapers," he says. "I've got a series of burglaries to deal with." "Ah, the jewelry thefts," responds Wiggins. "What have you found out?" Lestrade points a finger at Wiggins. "If you get anything, you bring it straight to me." "Of course, Inspector," agrees Wiggins with a nod. "Okay, 3 safes, each blown open with gunpowder poured into the lock. In each case, the neighbors heard the noise, but had no idea what it was and failed to raise the alarm. The victims were all out at the time. The burglar seems to have known they'd be out, and also, in 2 cases at least, they knew the whereabouts of the safe. In the case of Countess Nerona at 31 New Bond Street, there was some evidence of a search before the safe was found. The Countess only moved to London 3 months ago, and she's, well, a truly captivating woman. But there was something odd about her, and I think she wasn't telling all she knew. These here," he gestures at the papers we saw him studying when he arrived, "are lists of the stolen items. It's all jewelry." "Thanks, Inspector. And who were the other victims?" "Lord and Lady Creeplook at 28 Warwick Square and Sir Anthony Ramos at 64 Cadogan Street. Now run along, Wiggins, and take your newspaper with you." Okay, so that was actually kind of fun because we deduced that Lestrade might know the addresses of the previous victims, and we were right. So that was kind of fun. Okay, so what does he tell us? He says the burglar knew victims would be out. This does suggest someone with connections to royalty and stuff. He suggests the burglar knew where the safes were, except maybe the Countess. Robbery number 2, which seems like a little different, maybe. Okay, and then he gives us the addresses. Lord and Lady Creeplock, 28 Warwick, and then Anthony Ramos, Sir Anthony Ramos, 64 Cadogan, and he gave us the address of Nerona, Countess Nerona, who's lying. He thinks she's lying too. She lives at 31 New Bond Street. Okay. Let's mark Lestrade and then let's find these locations on the maps. Okay, 31 Southwest. 31 Southwest, which we just went to. Lestrade, we should know where his location is. Okay. Warden Lady Krupluck, 28 Warwich. So remember, when you don't have a neighborhood, you just look up the location, the numbers, and you see if they're at that street. So 28 is here. That's Warwick Square, so that's going to be southwest. Probably. 64 Cadogan. Where is our 64? There's 66, 67. 64 Cadogan looks like it's also southwest. 31 New Bond Street. Is she going to be the one that's not in this neighborhood? Yes. She's the outlier. There's 31 New Bond. So she's in Northwest. So the other two are in Southwest neighborhood. She's up in Northwest. All right, well, let's visit these people. 28 Warwick, 64, 21, 28 Southwest, 64 Southwest, and 31 Northwest. All right, let's visit them. Let's do them in order that they were robbed. So Lord and Lady Krupluck came first, then Countess, then Anthony Ramos was the one that was this morning. So 28 Southwest are the Kruplucks. Robbery victims. Okay, 28 Southwest. Here we go. Come right in, says Lord Krupluck, a short, round man with gray hair who bobs from side to side as he leads us into a large library full of antique books. There's also a wooden globe and an ornate chess set on a dresser by the window. Is there a chess club connection to all these robberies? Just gonna write down chess set. In the center of the room is a round walnut table on which stands a vase of lilies, and directly above is a large crystal chandelier. Sitting at the table is a woman in her 50s with long, straight blonde hair, dressed in a dark blue dress. She appears to be frowning, but we soon realize that is simply how she looks all the time. Sit yourselves down, huffs Lord Krupluck, gesturing to the chairs around the table. Anything we can do to help recover the jewelry. A friend of the law is a friend of mine. Thanks, your lordship. Can you tell us what happened the day of the burglary? That I can, he replies. We were out, weren't we, Gladys? He looks to his wife and she nods. We were out having dinner, that's it, with our friends Lord and Lady Tullins at 69 Berkeley Square. And when we got back, we were treated to a smashed window and absent jewelry. All gone. The police said the chap used explosives. Can you imagine? Who knew you'd be out having dinner, your lordship? Asks Wiggins. Oh, plenty of people, plenty of people. Many of our friends. I have no idea how he knew, though, the burglar. Watching the house, maybe, eh? Watching the house. One more question, if you please, your lordship. What night did the burglary take place? Monday, lad, Monday night. I think we left at 6 o'clock and got back around 10. Okay. He looks to his wife. There is silence for a moment, and then she nods. Okay, kind of fun. All right, so there's a chess set. He says they were having dinner with Lord and Lady Tullins. That name sounds a little bit familiar to me. Does that sound familiar to anyone else? Did we encounter it before? At 69 Berkeley Square. Okay. Broken window. Came in through a broken window. Didn't have a key. Who knew? He said lots of friends. Lots of friends knew. And then he says it happened Monday night between 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. So we already knew based on our records that it happened June 10th, which was a Monday. And now we know 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. All right. And Jonathan says 69 Berkeley Square. Jonathan says that's northwest. So let's write down that we just went to 28 Southwest. I think we did mark it. And then he claims they went to dinner at 69 Berkeley, which Jonathan said is in northwest. That's not where we just went yet. That's where we're thinking about going. 69 Berkeley, let me just find it. So 69 Berkeley is indeed northwest. Now let me point out, is 69 Berkeley the address of Lady and Lord Tullins or where they went to eat? I guess we can go there now and find that out. So let's do that. Let's go to 69 Berkeley. Let's follow up. We're trying to meet the Tullins and see what they know. Did they set this whole thing up? We don't know yet. A maid answers the door and we explain we work for Sherlock Holmes and we're investigating a case. She disappears for a moment and then returns. Lord Tullins is very busy and cannot think of any way he could be of help, she says, so I will have to bid you good day. We just have a few questions, Wiggins protests, but the maid closes the door. Okay, well that confirms it's their house. I don't think we learned anything much. Tullins won't talk to us. Could they be the cat burglars? We don't know. Not cat burglars, safe burglars. Okay. Let's visit the next victim. 64 Southwest, Ramos. 3 burglaries in 3 nights. That's a busy burglar. Okay, 64 Southwest. Let's mark it down. I thought it was over here somewhere. 63, 64. Okay. Okay, that's Sir Ramos. Let's see what he has to say about his... wait. We're going to do these in order, we said. Alright, mark that. The second one was not... Alright, we'll go... I changed my mind. We're going to do the Countess last, since she's the suspicious one. Or should we do them in order? Alright, let's do them in order, like we originally said. So we're not going to Ramos yet. First we're going to the Countess. The Countess was 31 Northwest. 31 Northwest Countess. Okay. Northwest. She's up there. Just off screen here. Alright, 31 Northwest. Let's talk and see what this Countess is lying to us about. She's also described as quite stunning. I'm kind of curious to meet her. Let's see what we got here. Countess Nerona is a very beautiful woman who is evidently used to being the center of attention and well aware of the effect she has on members of the opposite sex. She stares wistfully into space while toying with the curl of dark hair that falls over her right eye. "Did you have a lot of jewelry in the safe, Countess?" asks Wiggins. "Oh, only a few items." She speaks with a Spanish accent in a seductive but measured tone, as if each word was chosen and deployed for deliberate effect. "But they were precious to me." That's kind of French, isn't it? "I do hope you will recover them." "We can try," says Wiggins. "Do you know any of the other victims by chance? Or are there particular lords and ladies you've become friendly with since arriving in our fair city?" So she's only been here for a couple weeks, they said, or a couple months. "I do not know the other victims, and I am not familiar with your English aristocracy. I have only been in London 3 months. I barely got myself settled." So 3 months in London. "Why did you come to London, Countess?" "I travel a lot, Mr. Wiggins, for personal reasons." "It's odd for someone who travels a lot to take 3 months to settle in a new city," says Wiggins casually, while glancing around the room. For a moment we see anger flash over the Countess's face, and she fixes Wiggins with dagger eyes. Then her calm, controlled demeanor returns. "I think now I have told all I can," she says with a smile. "But please do your best to find my jewelry." She travels for personal reasons. She got mad and hid it. So we don't know what she's up to. We don't know what she's up to. All right. Our next person was back to 64 Northwest. 64 Southwest. That's the Ramos victim. We didn't really learn anything from her, did we? We didn't get to question her about what was stolen. We accused her, and she kind of said, "That's it. That's enough." Okay. A very stern-looking butler shows us into Sir Anthony Ramos's drawing room. Sir Anthony is lounging on a sofa dressed in a red silk gown and with some kind of brown paste applied to his head. In his hand is a lit cigarette in a holder. He half opens his eyes to look at us, then speaks in a slow drawl. I have told the police what happened. But did you say you work for that detective fellow? What's his name? Mr. Holmes, sir, replies Wiggins. And my name is Wiggins. Ah, yes, Mr. Holmes. Sir Anthony starts to sit up and puts a hand against his head. Oh, some of the brown paste comes off on his fingers, and he looks at them in surprise. Oh, devils, he says. I forgot I had this stuff on. I'm told it makes hair grow back, Mr. Wiggins, but I'm unconvinced. I would rather you did not mention what you have seen to anyone outside this room. Of course not, sir, says Wiggins. Could you perhaps tell us what happened the night your safe was broken into? Ah, yes. All Margareta's jewelry is gone. Livid she was. What happened was that we always go to play tennis on Wednesday afternoons, and although Godfrey, who showed you in, is normally in the house when we are out, yesterday he was at a funeral. We arrived back to a smashed window at the back and the safe open and empty. And who knew you'd be out playing tennis and that your butler would be at a funeral? Asked Wiggins. Oh, lots of people, most of our friends. But they wouldn't rob us, Mr. Wiggins. They all have money enough. The funny thing is, we know the other victims. Lord and Lady Creepbuck, we move in the same circles. Those circles, it seems, might be compromised. He stops to puff on his cigarette and lies back down on the sofa, closing his eyes. Ah, Godfrey will show you out. Okay, so Ramos says all friends knew, and then he knows the Creepwalks. Does he know the Countess too? We know the other victims, Lord and Lady Creepwalk. Okay, so he doesn't know the Countess necessarily, but he knows the Creepwalks. Another smashed window. He played tennis. So this is the one that happened this morning. Played tennis on Wednesday afternoon. And then Godfrey, the butler, says he went to funeral. We might want to see if we can check up on that, yeah? Anna wants to go to Langdale Pike and learn gossip about these rich people. I do think that makes sense. But I do want to check up on the butler's alibi. So I'm going to put on my to-do list, check butler. I do think we should stick with our general approach of avoiding the informants, the allies, these people, until we run out of other leads in general. I do think they're more likely than not to be sort of secondary redundant hints. So I don't want to go to them until we chase down our own leads. And I do want to now see if we can catch this guy at a funeral. Now, it was Wednesday. It was the morning of this newspaper. So I wonder if one of these deaths would be being buried. So he could have been attending the death of one of these two people funeral, but maybe we just look up funeral homes. Let's see. That guy that we just visited is in the Southwest, so it might be a funeral home in the Southwest. Let's just look up here. Before I forget, for some reason I thought that we heard mention of Millbank Prison. Am I misremembering something? Does anyone remember? Am I for some reason? I somehow have a feeling like we heard about one of the prisons and didn't write it down. I'm just gonna make a note of that in case. All right, so let me look up funeral homes. I'm curious to check out Godfrey's alibi. Are there funeral homes? I thought there were. Now I can't find them. Maybe it would be at a church, but We could also check pawn shops for someone steal. Let me just write down pawn shops or jewelers to see if someone's trying to sell any of the stolen jewelry places. Okay, no funeral homes in the directory. But he could have been going to the deaths of one of these people. Would they be buried so quickly? Of course, it could be going to the death of someone who died the previous week in the paper. All right, I'll just put that in our to-do list then. Check Godfrey alibi funeral. We haven't visited Parliament either. Yes, that's back to the paper and the yes, when we're ready to start tracking down the newspaper clues, we can go to Parliament and try to find those people. Who did he say he played tennis with? He's using brown paste. He played tennis. We always go to play tennis on Wednesday afternoon. He was at a funeral. Register of deaths, we might find him there. Okay, Steppy says they're going to sleep. We'll check in on them in the morning. All right, so we'll have to follow up this later. I'm very keen to follow up the funeral home angle later to track them down, but I guess there's no reason to do it right away. All right, let's track down some of our leads then here. How about Merlin's office at Parliament? If we look up Merlin, now Merlin's not even in the directory by name. But presumably he would be in the Office of Parliament. So let's see, government offices. Houses of Parliament, 16 Southwest. Let's go there. Merlin was also the formal admiral, so we could also check out the Admiralty at 10 Southwest. Okay, let's do that next. If we don't find him here. 16 Southwest. Okay, let's mark it on our map. Okay, we're going to Parliament now and see if we can't track down this guy. At the Palace of Westminster, we recognize Constable Griggs of Scotland Yard, stationed near Blackrod's Gate. "Evening, lads," he grins, "working in case." "That we are, Constable," replies Wiggins, "and we could do with the inside scoop on what's been going on at Parliament recently." Is Parliament one of our allies? No. Griggs looks up at the palace. "Well, I've been stationed here for the last couple of weeks because of those attacks on Sir Edgar. He was set upon each time he arrived at Waterloo Station, and somebody said it could be a sign of a public uprising, so security had to be raised. Ha! I don't think an uprising's likely, personally. And now Sir Edgar comes in through different stations, hoping to avoid the blighters." Is this the guy pushing for the child labor law? And that's all about the Children's Charter. Or that's what we say. That's all about the Children's Charter? As far as I know, I'm not a politician, so I don't know the ins and outs of the thing. But from what I hear, most of the members are for the charter, with only a few against. Some who weren't convinced at first have come around now that they've realized the good it will really do. Like Thomas Dudley and Sir Merlin, for example. Although I have heard that the attacks on Sir Edgar have begun to raise doubts. Even in Sir Edgar himself. You see, he thought at first the attacks were being orchestrated by factory owners, but he seems to get set upon wherever he goes. So now he's wondering if the public at large really are against the charter. You mentioned Sir Merlin. Wasn't he involved in the Naval Defense Act? That's the the paper that was found. Yes, Sir Merlin is known for helping get that passed. There were a lot of signs the public were in favor of it too, and that was probably what swung it. Sounds like someone is organizing public campaigns to make things pass that they want passed and stop things that they want stopped. The precise details of the act haven't been released yet, though only them in there know about that. Thanks, Griggs. And what does Sir Merlin look like? Never seen him, I'm afraid. Not that I knew it anyhow. And Sir Edgar? Average height, quite stocky, dark brown hair, and I reckon about 50 years on him as a guess. Thanks, Griggs. Most helpful. You lads look after yourselves now. You could be getting into deep waters here. These people don't like being pried upon. It's just as well there's people like us, prepared to do the prying then, grins Wiggins. What about Holmes' brother who works for the government, says Tinker. The one at Diogenes, maybe he'll know something. Sir Edgar, who's the Child Protection Act, he is average height, stocky, brown hair. Where did I lose it? Dark brown hair, 50 years. Dark brown hair, 50 years old. And this guy's pointing us to Mycroft at Diogenes Club, which we suspected all along. And it says Moriarty is in the background. And the background of our case, perhaps, maybe. Quite possible, quite possible. All right, should we just go to the Admiralty just to finish up Jonathan's idea? That was 10 Southwest. Let's see if there's an entry for that. At the Admiralty, we learned that Admiral Sir Merlin Rook retired 4 years ago after 36 years of outstanding service in Her Majesty's navy. Okay, I do think we should go to Mycroft at the Diogenes. He will know about codes and stuff and spying. But sticking with our theory, we should go to him after we've been to any other place that we want to visit. So someone's robbing the lords and ladies and is in their friend circle. So the Countess has only been there for 3 months. She could be involved. One of the servants could be involved. Hence, it would be nice to track that guy's alibi. That guy who had a bird, I now see that there's an entry in the newspaper about rare and exotic birds. 9 Tottenham Street Northwest. I'm going to go to see that to see if that's related to that parrot. 9 Northwest. Rare birds. Let's find out where that is. So in Werner's house, we saw a bird, a parrot. So now let's look at 9 Northwest to see if there's anything about that parrot being recently bought or something. 9 Northwest. We go through a very small oak door into a tiny old shop full of cages. Musty smells and the color and sound of exotic birds. Look, there's a guy here. Look, feather in his hat. Can you see that? A very large red and white bird with a curved beak squawks loudly, while some small green birds make high-pitched warbling noises as they flutter around behind the bars. A man with a cravat and a cane is admiring a white bird with a yellow crest. We've only been in the shop a few minutes when a young woman in plain white dress, marked by stains and scattered with feathers, approaches us. She removes a pair of gloves and asks, "Can I help you?" "Are you the shopkeep, miss?" asks Simpson. "For today," she replies. "Father is making a delivery to a customer on the other side of town." "We work for Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the detective," says Wiggins. "Really?" the woman replies. "Is he wanting a bird?" No. We're helping him on a case, and we just wanted to ask about the gents you get coming here. In particular, if you have any bigwigs come here, like MPs or wards and the like." She glances at the man in the cravat. "Well, we do get those types in here, of course," she says, and then she leans forward to whisper, "I mean, most folk can't afford pets like these. Only rich ones, you know, who have important jobs. I don't think I can give you any names, though. Now, if you see anything your Holmes might fancy, do tell me, won't you?" She wanders over to talk to the man in the cravat. Seizing the opportunity, Wiggins nips across and peeks over the counter. "I can see a ledger recording sales to customers," he says in a hushed voice. "There's a G. Thomas, a P. Torres, a C. Werner, and L. Charleston." At that point, you hear the man in the cravat say, "Thank you, Mrs. Cracknell," and he walks out of the shop. He's an old man of average height with a deep-set brow and a prominent nose. "Thank you, Sir Walter," the young woman replies, then turns to us and says, "See anything of interest?" "Not yet," says Wiggins, quickly stepping away from the counter, "but we'll keep looking." We spend a while admiring the unusual birds, and all laugh when Simpson manages to get a parrot to say elementary, but then decide it's time to head elsewhere. Okay, so we see some notes here. We've got a G. Thomas, a P. Torres, C. Werner, there's our guy, and an L. Charleston. And then the guy sitting here with the hat that looks like it's got a feather out of it, maybe that's a style a lot of them wear, he says Miss Cracknell, so her name is Miss Cracknell. And he is Sir Walter. Sir Walter is average height, deep set brow, prominent nose. And then maybe he has he's got a feather in his hat. Feather in top hat. It's interesting because we don't. So one theory, right, is that the lords is the connection between the people getting robbed that they all have birds. But the person we saw with the bird was not the person who got robbed. And the people who did get robbed, we didn't see any signs of birds. So I don't know why this has to do with us. We could look up this guy, Sir Walter, but we don't know why we should care about the birds. We just saw the bird at Werner's house. So I'll just write down in here. Sir Walter is someone we might want to look into, but we have no real reason to track him down. We still haven't visited I think we should visit this place that we think could be real, 22 Southeast. And see if that's relevant. So I'm going to go to 22 Southeast. Did we write down this 9 Northwest birthplace? Yes. Let's look at what 22 Southeast is for a second. Let's see if 22 Southeast looks interesting for any reason. 22 Southeast is down here. Doesn't look that relevant. I'm going to put a mark on it. So if you remember, 22 Southeast is the place we get if we go southeast 22. So there could be nothing here. There could be something here. Let's see. It's promising enough that I think it's worth a stop. Okay, so there's no entry for 22 Southeast. So that's interesting. What seemed like a natural thing to conclude about this paper did not bring us anywhere. Southeast 22 didn't bring us anywhere. Okay. Where should we go next? We've got the jewelry heists. We've got the Parliament, people exchanging newspapers. Seems like maybe we should pursue the jewelry heist stuff. We went to Parliament. Let's visit Mycroft at Diogenes. It's time to go there. So the Diogenes Club was, we look up clubs. Diogenes Club is 8 Southwest. There it is, labeled on the map, Diogenes Club. Let's see if Mycroft can point us in the right direction here. Mycroft Holmes studies the newspaper for a moment and then hands it back. From the description of the gentleman with the bowler hat, I'd say it was Sir Merlin Luke MP, he says. You will hear he's a likable man with lots of friends, and so he likes to appear. But that affability masks quite a cunning and calculating mind. He knows how to play the political system. As for the newspaper scribbles, I imagine I could decipher them given an hour or so, but that kind of thing is more my brother's line than mine. From the description of the man with the bowler hat, I'd say it was Sir Merlin Luke MP. So that's our fat guy, right? Merlin Luke, who got the paper originally, which is what we confirmed. So Merlin Luke. Let me just point out confirming what we said before about these being hints. He's given us the answer to what we already figured out. If we hadn't figured that out on our own, if we had gone to Mycroft early, he kind of would have spoiled this for us. So I think this just confirms, especially going to Sherlock Holmes, that we do those when we need hints. So Merlin Luke is the bowler hat, fat, ginger whisker guy. So we got a visual description of him now, is what happened. Who had the paper originally. We don't know who. Don't forget, he could have just discarded the paper and this guy, the other guy, picked it up. No, he would have bought it if he didn't have notes. So this guy did make some notes on it. Okay. As for the newspaper scribbles, I could decode it, but it's really my brother's line. Are there any big political shenanigans happening right now, Mr. Holmes? Asks Wiggins. You know, stuff that might be related to all this. Mycroft thinks a moment and runs his finger around the brandy glass at his side. The main issues have been reported in the press, the passing of the Naval Defense Act and the possible introduction of the Children's Charter. And I feel this rail duster in Ireland will have considerable political implications. The system of management for British railroads is woefully inadequate and out of date. It's terrible that something such as this is required to make people realize that. Those are issues that come to mind. As for anything of a more classified nature, well, no, there's nothing at this time. He pauses and fixes his eyes on his brandy glass, although, of course, I may not be able to tell you if there was. So he says, rail story, Children's Charter, and what was the other newspaper article? The Naval Defense Act. Okay, Anna says, both are confirmed. Sir Merlin is the one who's giving clues to Werner with info maybe about the next burglary. Yes, could be about the next burglary, time, place, safe location. Could be. He's definitely, we do know that Merlin is giving clues to Werner about something. We haven't connected Merlin yet to the people who have been robbed, though, right? So he could be giving him other information, unrelated to the burglary. We know he's giving him information, but we don't know if it's about the burglary or about these higher up things going on. What did it just say, though, about... It says, he's a likable man or so he likes to appear, but affability masks quite a cunning and calculated mind. He knows how to play the political system. So he's cunning, plays politics. That makes me think he's not about the burglaries. But maybe it is. Maybe it is. Could be Merlin is faking in support of Child Charter. Coded messages could be about the location of Sir Edgar, so Werner can be set up ambushes of Edgar. Dawn Ashes, I don't think so. I think there may be two strands, one trying to wreck the passage of the child labor bill, the other about the robberies. Can I suggest another possibility? There's 3 robberies in a row, one after another, 3 days, 3 robberies. The middle robbery of the Countess seems unusual. Like they were trying to find documents and stole some documents. Is it possible that they've basically staged the other 2 robberies just to distract from the fact that they really just want to rob the documents from the Countess? Like what they really want to do is steal her documents, but to disguise it, they've actually staged these jewelry robberies, but that's really not what they're interested in, and they really don't care about the jewels. It's possible that the secret messages are about stirring up and faking public anger about certain things. Like we got a flavor for the idea that maybe people are trying to get these bills passed or scuttled and are faking public anger or support. John says, maybe, but if the Countess was just going to lie about robbery anyway, doesn't seem necessary. Could it be an inside job involving her? It is true. Like, why is she lying? Why is she lying about it? That we don't know. Did we hear where she came from? Could we track down where she came from? Maybe the gossip columnist is a good place to go to next. But looks like we have to take a break, so I'll see you in 8 minutes. Percolate on your thoughts about where to go next. We'll be back. Welcome back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We are playing Case 6 of the Baker Street Irregulars, Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective box. And we're just talking in the chat about a couple theories. I think Jonathan's theory is that we've got two sort of tracks here we're working on. One is the robberies, and one is this Sir Merlin and the Werner. And I do think it makes a lot of sense to me that Merlin Luke at Parliament is passing information about this guy Sir Edgar's routes to Werner, who's organizing public campaign against him to scuttle this act. So a little bit of politics going on here. And we're told if we go to, it was at Parliament, I think. I just want to reread this part. Okay. We go to Parliament and he says, they're talking about people against the Children's Charter. Some people who weren't convinced have come around, like Thomas Dudley. I mean, maybe we should write down that there's this other guy, Thomas Dudley, who's now for the Children's Act. And we're told that Sir Merlin might now have come around to it as well. But the attacks on Sir Edgar are raising doubts. Even in Sir Edgar himself, the one pushing for the Child Protection Act. And then Sir Merlin helped us pass the Naval Defense Act. Okay, so then we're told that Sir Edgar is average height, stocky, dark brown hair, etc. So now this idea that we're told somewhere that he changed his way in, right? Yeah. He thought at first the attacks were being orchestrated by factory owners. But he seems to get set upon wherever he goes. So now he's wondering if the public at large really are against the charter. So I do think this logic makes sense, that Sir Merlin, who's in Parliament, is passing information coded in the newspaper to the business owner, Werner, whose entire businesses are run by child labor. And Werner is now having him attacked in public. That makes complete sense to me. The robbery stuff feels like it's on a different track, though. Now, if we're right, about what's happening with Werner and Merlin, then what we should be looking for in the paper are routes and schedule for Sir Edgar. So we should talk to Sir Edgar, see if we can find his schedule. And then maybe we should be looking in the paper for if that code. John says there was a Thomas in the pet store ledger. Is that true? Where is our pet store ledger? Rare birds, there was a G. Thomas. The guy from Parliament is Thomas Dudley, so that's a different person. But we should try to find Sir Edgar and see if he can tell us any more about these attacks and where they're happening. I wanted to look at the cab station to see if we could find people arriving at any of the robbery victims' houses or the Godfrey Butler going to his funeral. So the cab station sounds like a good place to go. And is there anything else we would do if we think that that's what's happening between the two? If we think Werner is running the attacks, being given information by Merlin. I think it makes sense to try to talk to Sir Edgar. All right, let's see if we can find where Sir Edgar lives or works. Let's see, let's look at the paper where it talks about Sir Edgar's bill. Where did we learn that Edgar is going into the place a different way? Was it from... I guess it was in Westminster and Edgar. Let me read this thing again. Didn't we? I know we read somewhere that he came in different... Oh, yeah. Okay. He was set upon each time he arrived at Waterloo Station. This is Edgar. Someone said it could be a sign of public uprising, so security had to be raised. I don't think an uprising is likely, personally. And now Sir Edgar comes in through different stations, hoping to avoid the blighters. So we're told that Edgar used to come in... What station did he used to come in? So he used to come in Waterloo. Now different stations. So let's just look at this. Here's Parliament, where Edgar worked, Sir Edgar. He used to come into Waterloo. Come this way. Now he's coming in different ways. So you might expect Charing Cross. Or you might expect Victoria Station. And those might be things that you might put in the paper if you knew how he was getting in. There's also this thing about the paper about a annex to Westminster Hall, designed by J.L. Pearson. That could be related to us. I'm just going to make another to-do list. All right, we have lots of leads we can go by. Maybe look up Thomas Dudley in case he has info about Sir Edgar Merlin. Yes, I do agree with that also. That's the other guy we were told that was against it but having second doubts. So Thomas Dudley. All right, let's try to find Sir Edgar and Thomas Dudley. All right, so now Edgar is not... And we might want to look at the fake letters to the paper about the charter, right? So Douglas Tressel is writing against it in the news. All right, let's try to track down a bunch of these people. Now, in we didn't find information about Edgar's. MP for Chelmsford. Is this the same guy? I myself witnessed only yesterday a large gathering of poor folk raining their disdain. He might be able to tell us where that happened. Oh, here we go. Sir Edgar, set upon the 4th time in a fortnight. Set upon by angry women. He left Aldersgate Station on his way to Westminster. So here he took Aldersgate Station. They chased him, who escaped in a hackney carriage. Last week, Sir Edgar stated he would abandon his regular route into the city in an attempt to evade his persecutors, who he claimed were in the pay of the factory owners. He may now reconsider that accusation, as he appears to be set upon by the public no matter which route he travels. Yeah, I think we're onto something here. All right, let's see if we can find him, though. Sir Edgar Staple. Bingo, that's what we wanted to find. Sir Edgar Staple. So now we know his full name, Staple. Based upon last week's paper. All right, now can we find him? Where's our directory? Is he going to be living in town? Edgar, no. The Staple Inn. Sir Edgar Staple works for Chelmsford. He's not living in London, I guess. That's unfortunate. If we look up Dudley, there's Peter Dudley was the guy that went to the Bird's house. That's all we see. Peter Dudley. Or that's not the... Thomas Dudley, the other Parliament guy, is not in our directory either. Let's visit this guy that wrote the letter to the paper and said he was at a protest. See if he can give us any information about how he came to the information about where Douglas Tressel. Did someone inform him where to go? He doesn't appear to be in the paper either. Douglas P. Tressel. But we think those might be fake letters, so maybe that's it. It's totally fake. Okay. Yeah, Anna says, aren't those fake names in the paper? Spanish Embassy. Yeah, I think we should go to the Spanish Embassy. I'm going to write it down there. Let me go to the cab station first. I want to see if that helps us. Central Carriage Stables 5WC. I'm reluctant to go to the robbery angle, back to the robbery angle yet. I feel like we should try to figure out if we can figure out more about how they're tracking down Edgar and where. Stables 5WC. Okay. We ask around the carriage stables about cabs in the area of Bridge Street and Westminster, and then about cabs near the scenes of the recent jewelry thefts, but we don't learn anything of use. We do find a few cabbies who say they've picked up Sir Edgar Staple over the last couple of weeks from various stations, including Aldersgate, Euston, and Liverpool Street. He's often either being harassed by folks or eager to get into the cab quick to avoid them. He doesn't seem to be liked by many people from what I can tell. Including Aldersgate, Euston, and Liverpool Street. Aldersgate, Euston, and Liverpool. Okay, so this is more information about Sir Edgar, more confirmation that we're on the right track about him being set up to be set upon by people. Aldersgate stations. Aldersgate, Euston, Liverpool. We know a separate time he went to Waterloo. Let's take a look at where those locations are and see if those might be in the codes. So he's going to Parliament. Waterloo Station is at 37 Southeast. Where is Liverpool Station? Victoria Station is 37 Southwest. In the directory are the stations. Let's see. Aldersgate is 43 EC. Euston Station is 52 WC. Liverpool Station is 9 EC. Doesn't really help us. Let me see what happens if we visit one of these stations that he's passed through. Let me see what happens if we go to 37 Southeast. I want to see if we get any information when we go to the station or if there's no entry. So if we go to Waterloo Station, it says We find a train guard at Waterloo Station who knows Sir Edgar. Haven't a bad word to say of him, he says. Always a kind and generous fellow. He'd sometimes stop in to chat with me or other working folk here at the station. I feel he really has the interests of the working class and the poor folk at heart. Such a shame what happened with him being attacked so often. I heard he now comes in through Aldersgate or Liverpool instead. Okay. So if we go now to Aldersgate, we see this. We find a street sweeper who witnessed the attack on Sir Edgar on Friday, 31st of May. There were a right old fuss, he tells us. Sir What's-His-Face had walked out of the station and was walking down the street, all calm he was, taking his time. He weren't expecting nothing, but suddenly someone shouts out, "It's Sir Edgar, the blackguard." Sir Edgar starts to run and gets to a carriage, but there's a whole crowd of beggars holding the door and things being thrown at him and the horses and the driver. He got away in the end, but he looked a bit worse for it. His face was pale as a ghost when the carriage went past here. Afterwards, all them what went at him, they went off together towards Blackfriars. So, this is a little interesting. 43 EC is Aldersgate Station. Sir Edgar is ambushed, right, on Friday, May 31st. And the attackers head to Blackfriars. That's interesting. Let's mark this on the map, 43 EC. That's Aldersgate Station. There's Liverpool. Where's Aldersgate? There's Aldersgate. Okay, so there's where he came in. He was ambushed, and they head towards Blackfriars. Now, what is Blackfriars? What is Blackfriars? It's not in the directory under B. Is it a pub? Is it a market? Blackfriars is a bridge, says Anna. Anna says the clue, Bishop to G8 and Pool, Bishopsgate Street next to Liverpool Station. Bishopsgate Street next to Liverpool Station. I think this is making, this could be right, although I don't love how ambiguous the clue is. Okay, where is Blackfriar Bridge then? Aldersgate Street. Blackfriar is a bridge. Well, what bridge is it? Where is it? Southwark, London Bridge, Blackfriars Bridge. Okay. So he says they all head down to Blackfriars Bridge. That's where they, after they attack him at Aldersgate, they start heading down here. Well, this is the neighborhood where Werner has his shipyard and stuff. So that makes some sense. There's the shipyard, right? All right, let's check out the Liverpool Station, 9EC. Let's see if the Liverpool Station 9EC has no entry. G8 for gate doesn't make sense. And it says clue. Bishop to G8 and pool. What's the... Oh, pool for Liverpool station. Pool. You think... So you're thinking that this clue says pool. Here's the problem. This paper is from June 13th. Friday, March 31st is when he took Aldersgate and got attacked. So if this is saying B2 to Aldersgate, is it saying when he's going to come back to Aldersgate next time? We went to Waterloo. We actually got an entry at Waterloo Station, so let me mark that. Liverpool, no entry though. Oh, there's the Millbank prison that I was wondering, that I remembered us reading about somewhere. This is the cart left. I'm going to visit this just to cross this off my list. So this was an article about an abandoned horse and cart with wheat. Visit Millbank prison. So I'm going to stop off at Millbank prison now just to get rid of that entry. Millbank prison is 23 Southwest. News about horse and cart. In Millbank prison, we meet a Constable Chedley who tells us he found the abandoned horse and cart yesterday around 3 p.m., around 5 p.m. So Wednesday, June 12, 5 p.m. it was found. The horse was munching on the grass, and a stall holder said it had been there since the day previous with no one having come for it. I wonder if the poor fella has met with a mishap of some kind. Interesting. It sounds like it's something we should be investigating. It's loaded with wheat. This almost feels like a third little mystery. And where does he say he found it? Who tells us he found the abandoned horse and cart yesterday around 5? He's munching on grass and a stall holder said it had been there since the day previous. Been where? Found in Vauxhall, Vincent Square. Where is Vauxhall, Vincent Square? I want to see if we can get this. There's Mill House, so we just went there. And Vincent Square. There's Vincent Street. There's Vauxhall. Found in Vauxhall at Vincent Square. There's Vincent Street. Oh, there's Vincent Square. Okay, so let's mark down Vincent Square. This is where the horse was found. And who found it? Stall holder. Not sure how that's relevant for us. Oh, it's loaded with wheat for delivery, though. Is there a warehouse? Stables. Stables were in Southwest. There's no neighborhood, no stable in the Southwest. All right, a little bit of a dead end there. Let's see if the channel has something. Bishopgate is a little street next to Liverpool Station on the map. Maybe it's the route he's going to take today. Did the girl stealing the paper prevent the ambush? Don't know. Let's try the Spanish Embassy and we'll track down. We're sort of using a bit of a shotgun approach now, just following leads as we can think of them until we crack open something. So the Countess was fishy. She had a Spanish accent. We're going to go to the Spanish Embassy now, 38 Southwest. See if anyone knows her. At the Spanish Embassy, they claim to have no record of a Countess Nerona, either in Spain or in London. All right, well, let's put a marker on it. We've got lots more leads to follow up, but we're kind of at this fun moment where we don't have anything super promising. We just have little ideas for leads. 38 Southwest. Spanish Embassy. Where is the Spanish Embassy? 38 Spanish Embassy. It's even labeled. All right. I'm looking at my to-do list here. We went to Millbank Prison. We went to the Spanish Alibi, Spanish Embassy. I really want to talk to Sir Edgar, but I don't know how to do that. We visited Ramos's house. We visited the Countess's house. We haven't visited pawn shops to see if anyone's trying to sell jewelry. We did visit Mycroft. We couldn't find the person writing the newspaper thing. That makes sense. We're given Sir Edgar Staples' name. It really makes me think that we should be able to find him. Jonathan says, Anna says, should we go to Porky about the thief? Jonathan says, Dawn suggested that bishop to g8 would make the word bishop gate. I see. And I noticed the word pool in the article below. Pool could be part of Liverpool. Bishopgate is the street next to Liverpool Station. I do think this is an important part of the clue. All right, well, let me see where Bishopgate Street is. Okay, so there is Bishopgate Street, Liverpool Station. We could try 97 Bishopgate Street. Doesn't feel like we have anything to... And there's an 83 Bishopgate Street. I don't think we can go to Bishopgate Street until we have something better than that. But do we have 22 Bishopgate Street? No. Like, there's the 22. Bishop to G8, Bishopgate. 22 Bishopgate would be a good guess, but I don't see a 22 Bishopgate. Well, I mean, I think we're on the right path here. All right, let's go to see, maybe could we reverse part of the code, though, now from this information? And it says, this is an ambush in the future, so why would we go there? What could we find? Could be an answer to a question now. Yeah, I mean, we could find the MP we're looking for, Staple. Seems there should be an easier way to find him, though. He's really not in this directory, huh? Maybe he's got like an unlisted number. He doesn't want to be found. Well, let's look at our allies here. National Archives might know a bit about the Countess. The Langdale Pike, the social columnist, could know about the robberies and the Countess. And Porky's could know about the criminal. I think it's time to do some of these. Okay, let's go to Porky's. Let's go to 52 EC. I mean, there are other places we could go on our own. Could try to find the hat shops, the pen shops, but I feel like we already know the people who are doing the newspaper, so those are not important. Gun shops that might have gunpowder could be useful for telling us who bought that. Pawn shops for who might be trying to sell it. Funerals for that, but I think that's reasonable enough to go to Porky. So here we go, 52 EC. $52 EC. Here we go. This looks interesting. We ask Porky if he knows anything about any dodgy goings-on involving upper-class gents from Westminster. But he shakes his head. Ain't really the type I gettin' here, he says. Then he adds, though I do remember some weeks back hearing that a toffee-nosed geezer was asking around for someone to do a recovery job for him. He was a small little ferret of a man, wheezing away like on death's door. In the end, someone sent him Ahmet Burin's way. Ahmet has talents for getting into difficult places, which seemed to be what this feller needed. So have we found the burglar? And have we found the documents that this guy really wanted? So this is pretty huge. Let's see what we got. So we circled the letter A, our first item evidence circled in this case. 52 EC. All right, so what have we here? Recovery job. In other words, stealing something. Small ferret of a man wheezing away as if he was dying. He's toffee-nosed. What do you think toffee-nosed means? What does the expression toffee-nosed mean? Ahmet Burin. Is that our thief? Is Ahmet Burin our jewel thief? Has talents for getting into difficult places. Circle A. Okay. Let's see if we can't find Ahmet Burin. Dawn says toffee nosed is posh upper class. Okay. Okay. Guess what? Ahmet Burin is not in the directory. Feels like in this game there's a lot of people that aren't in the directory that it's sort of challenging us to be more clever about where to find them. Ahmet Burin, circle A. Ahmet Burin. At the parrot shop, there was a guy there. We saw a photo of, picture of. That was Sir Walter. Let me just see if we can if he's in here. Sir James Walter, 41 Southwest. I'm going to look up average height, deep set brow, prominent nose. I'm going to see if we can feather in his hat. I just want to look at him. "41 Southwest." No, there's no entry in there. Is that right, Sir Walter? Walter might have been his first name. I mean, we could look up these other people who have birds. Where are we gonna... It seems like we just found a huge piece of information about who the robber could be. But we don't know how to find Ahmet Byrne. Or who the guy came in who was looking for him. How about, what if we go to... Let's go to the social columnist who knows about gossip. Langdale Pike. All right, we're finally going to Langdale Pike. We find Langdale at the corner of the Societies Club, in deep conversation with a young blonde man and a woman with dark hair and long black gloves. When he sees us, there's a clear hint of disappointment in his eyes, but he kisses the lady's gloved hand, says a few words to the two of them, then comes over to us. "Sorry if we're disturbing you, Mr. Pike," says Wiggins, taking his cap to his chest as a gesture of deference, although we feel it may not be an entirely sincere one. "Nothing important," says Langdale, reclining into the chaise lounge opposite where we stand, "and it can wait. What is it you chaps want to know?" "Well, we're wondering if you might happen to know of a certain posh gent who might work at Parliament. Ginger whiskers, portly, and a sports a bowler." "That sounds like Sir Merlin Luke," replies Langdale. "Yeah, we know that already. He's an ex-Navy admiral and a member of Parliament who's rumored to be a jolly fellow who likes a good party. I recall that last year he's lost a bit of money through some bad investments in the stock exchange, but the parties didn't stop. He has a dear little wife called Agatha, who's the sweetest little thing, but not one for a party at all, so I don't know how she puts up with him, but she does." "Thanks, Langdale," grins Wiggins. "We knew you wouldn't let us down. And what about a man who wears a black coat and a top hat with a red feather?" That's our other guy. "I'm afraid I gotta let you down on that one, old chap, if it's all you got." Wiggins nods. "It is, Langdale. You're right. It ain't much to go on. We already know these. But look at this. Do you have circled A? If not, Langdale can tell you nothing else of interest. And you leave. But if we do, and in this case, we actually do, it's the only thing we have circled. So we've got check of A. This is exciting. And what about a small ferret-like man with a wheeze?" She asks Wiggins. All right, here we go. This is important. "I can only think you must mean Lord Tullins," laughs Langdale. "He's an interesting one. He had some trouble with his lungs since he was a child. He's not your typical ladies' man, but that's what he was until he married the fabulously rich Ethel Gundhart last year. He claims to have given up all the womanizing since he met her. And maybe he has. I'm telling you though, if she ever found out he hadn't, she'd leave him and take most of the money with her. Thanks, Langdale. We'll let you get back to your friends. Okay, so Tullins we've heard of before, haven't we? Lord Tullins is our wheezy, porky guy. He's the guy looking to hire a thief, and he's friends with the people at the dinner. Yeah. Okay. So I think we might have found our inside connection. So his wife is Ethel Gundhart. Maybe we can find him at her house since she's the rich one. He probably moved in with her. But he also gives us information we should write down on the other guy. What does he say? Merlin Luke lost money. So there's his motivation for selling out the MP, for selling out to the business, selling information to the businessman, right? Lost money investing. So here's his motivation for having to sell information. His wife, Agatha. Maybe if we could talk to her, she might tell us a little bit. Okay, so that's pretty huge. Oh, let's see. Anna says, the one who hosted the dinner while the robbery took place, he wanted the thief to steal back his love letters from the Countess because he has a jealous wife. That's why the Countess was lying. The Tullins is the dinner with the other people that he robbed of jewelry. So I'm not, jewelry papers, what's inside, and this fake Spanish Countess, the one who hosted the dinner while the robbery took place. He wanted the thief to steal back his love letters from the Countess. He has a jealous wife, that's why she was lying. That's why she said she didn't know any of them. Maybe, but I'm trying to not get too confused. The Tullins, the guy who's hiring the thief, was the friend of the people who got robbed of jewelry, not the Countess. So yeah, I'm a little... the connection between Tullins is with the people who did get robbed of jewelry. We don't know of any connection with the Countess and Tullins. That's why I'm a little reluctant to connect him with the Countess robbery, although he may very well have known her too. Let's see if we can't find this guy though. Lord Tullins. So presumably, is he in the directory and we just didn't look him up? No. It's yet again another case where the person we're looking for is not in the directory, but now his wife hopefully will be. Wife's not in the directory either? Why are we having so much trouble finding people? Ethel Gundhart is also not in the directory. Tullins heard the first robbery from his friends and got the idea about the second. Well, that's certainly possible. We can't find Tullins. We can't find Gundhart. That is really getting to be a little bit frustrating that those people don't have places we can find. All right, well, while we're at it now, let's go. That was the Langdale Pike. Let's go to the National Archive to look for births and marriages. Maybe we can find out where some of these people live that way. 17WC is National Archive. But before that, let me mark 2 Southwest that we just went to. Okay, and now we're going to the National Archive, which is 17WC. Somerset House. Okay, let's go there. And it says we went to Tullins already. He didn't want to talk to us. Okay, so someone gave us his address and we couldn't talk to him. Okay, well that's a relief. Okay. (17WC) National Archive. Let's see what we got here. We find nothing of interest at 17WC. All right, so you're saying we did already talk to Tullins and we just couldn't get any information from him. Okay. And no information at the National Archives. So where, according to this, we never went to 30EC. I don't think that's right. I think we did go to 30EC. Quite sure of it, but I didn't mark it down. 30EC. Which is where the Times is. There's 30EC. Let me just see if we actually did that or not. I thought we did. (30EC). Yeah, 30EC is the Times guy telling us the letters about the charter are all fake. So let me just mark that down. At the Times, okay. So where haven't we been? We haven't visited Sherlock Holmes, but we visited to the only person we haven't visited here is the Lomax, the librarian, or Sherlock Holmes for hints. So let's check in with the channel. Let's see this theory here. Tullins is a womanizer, but the wife would divorce him if she found out. Right, okay. So you think he's having an affair with the Countess, and he's trying to steal his love letters to her. I don't know. That doesn't really make sense unless she's saying for some reason she wants to expose him. If we visit her again, Countess is at 31 Northwest. I want to look at her entry again. Okay, she has an effect on members of the opposite sex. Jewelry in the safe, few items, precious to me. I hope you'll recover them. Do you know any other victims? Are there particular lords and ladies that you're friends with? She says, I don't know the other victims. I'm not familiar with your English aristocracy. I've only been in London 3 months. I have barely got myself settled. Why is she lying? Why would she lie about knowing them? Murray asked us, why would she lie? And it says, Countess is lying about the jewelry. Is it possible that the Countess is the jewel thief? Is it possible the Countess is the jewel thief? The Countess is the real jewel thief. Anna says, no, it's that she couldn't say she had the affair. I don't know. Look, why would she care about exposing Tullins? Is it for money? Is she blackmailing him? Lord Tullins is a wheezy guy on death's door. Why is she having an affair with him? She wouldn't have an affair with him. That doesn't make sense. The beautiful woman is not having an affair with the guy who's on death's door and looks like a weasel. He's a ferret-looking man, wheezy, dying. He's the one she's having an affair with? And he's got a recover of letters to her? She's only been in London 3 months? That doesn't make real sense to me. Maybe she was blackmailing him. That's possible. That's possible. She could be the thief. She could be blackmailing him. Let's check pawn shops. Let's see if we can find any sign of someone trying to sell the jewelry. So we've got pawn shops and we've got jewelry shops. There's a whole bunch of jewelers and a couple pawnbrokers. So I'm just going to look at there's only one pawnbroker in London. Jabez Wilson, 73 EC. So I'm just going to look up that one quickly. What is it? Pawnbroker 73 EC. No, 73 EC has no entry. Okay. There's a whole bunch of jewelers, though. Where does the Countess live? If we could find the thief, we'd be in good shape. Could ask him what he was hired for. Countess is at 31 Northwest. So here's where she lives here, 31 Northwest. Let me look at the jewelry shops near her. There's 90 Northwest, 17 Northwest, and 40 Northwest. So let me look up 90 Northwest. No. 17 Northwest. No. 40 Northwest. No. Anything Southwest? 34 Southwest. No. Doesn't look like any of the jewelers are going to help us. WC is nearby, 75 WC. No, okay, so she's not hawking them at the jeweler. And it says, read Langdale again about Tollins. He says what you said, but that he was a womanizer and supposedly gave it up. That's true. Jonathan says, I think it may be very convoluted. I think maybe the Countess is the blackmailer of Tollins to get the schedule of his friends to rob them, but Tollins hires his own thief to rob her to escape blackmail. Boy, that is convoluted. Those are all reasonable, plausible theories, but we've got to track them down. We've got to get evidence of them. We were given the name of this thief, Ahmet Buran. Ahmet Buran. And unless he's mentioned in the paper, we don't know how to find him. Gunpowder. We might try to find where gunpowder is. Armory or gun shop. Maybe armory. All right, well, it's time for another break. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two. We're having some fun conversation in the chat. This is what happens when we take the breaks. Everyone goes to the chat and starts discussing theories. And we're actually having some interesting theories here. Some of it got scrolled up. Jonathan is saying, here's a question. Why did the Countess report the crime? She lied about what was stolen. How would this ever get resolved? Did she have staff? Did they maybe call the police? Anna says, maybe the fake Countess was lying about the date, and it was the day before when she was out robbing the creeplucks. Dawn says, I prefer the theory that this is a series of 3 robberies, with 1 and 3 being a blind for 2, which is the real robbery. Jonathan Warner says, lots of back and forth opinions, loving the discussion, hope it has a satisfying payoff. Anna says, back to Sir Merlin, he had losses last year, but it didn't seem to faze him, so has the money from some unknown business. No, I think the Merlin thing we understand. Merlin, I see what Anna's saying, but last week, I think we don't know that he's only been selling information since we don't know how long he's been selling information, but I think the part about Merlin selling information to Werner, remember there was the other bill that was passed, so I think he's selling information there. He's helping that happen. Now, the discussion we're having about the Countess and the robberies are sort of like, this is the enjoyable part about Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. We're going back and forth furiously about what would make sense for the Countess. First, I was thinking, is the Countess really the robber? But the point I was going to make, the point that I was trying to make that I was getting hung up on is these 3 jewel safe robberies all happened in 3 consecutive days. So the theory that some people in the channel are positing about there being 2 thieves doesn't make sense to me. There's just no way you could find out about a thief using gunpowder in the safes that need just the right amount to blow them open. There's no way you could find out about that on Wednesday and hire a copycat thief on Thursday. It doesn't make sense. So from my standpoint, they all have to be the same single thief. Now, if they are the same single thief, that really suggests that Tullins hired this thief, and Tullins is behind all of the robberies. Now, it's true that the second robbery of the Countess seems different, but perhaps it's only different. Lestrade says it's different. Perhaps it's only different because she's lying about what was stolen. But it still seems more likely to me than not that these are all motivated real thefts of money, of jewelry, organized by Tullins. Although Anna has a good point about Tullins being a womanizer and he married into money, why does he need to organize thefts? I still think we're talking about one robber, though. But we need more evidence either way. I did notice something as I was reading the paper, though. I want you to look at this. June 13th. This article here, Jonathan says, before you go to this, Jonathan says, I guess now I'm leaning towards Tullins hired the thief, and I'll go with Dawn that 1 and 3 are the blinds to hopefully make the Countess not realize Tullins had her robbed. That's certainly possible. But I have something to point out. We visited Tullins' house. My cat is freaking out there. I don't know why. We visited Tullins' house and he wouldn't talk to us. But look at what we've got here. All right. All right, I wish I could show you this with a picture, but my cat has brought in our favorite toy, which is this. It's a sock with a mouse attached to it. and she wants some attention. All right, but Sarah, we're in the middle of this. I'll play with you afterwards. All right. Jonathan, let's recap Jonathan's thing. Jonathan, Tollins hires the thief. Someone steals your blackmail. How could it not be related to them? I don't know. I don't. We have to look into that more. But before we do, I want to point out something. There is an article here about the Gilston Builders Company stock falling, and it's involved with Tollins. So let's take a look at this again. The share price for Gilston Builders Company fell by more than $1 apiece yesterday after Lord Toby Tollins announced he would retire as chairman in August. There has been speculation for some time that Lord Tollins could retire on account of disputes with Arnold Sampson, building contract manager for the company. The company's failure to name a successor for the chairman position undermined investor confidence, despite assurances from Lord Tollins that a successor had been chosen. So if Tollins is doing these robberies, I think we should pursue this. So let's see if we can't get into a meeting with Lord Toby Tollins. Toby Tollins, we went to his house, they wouldn't let us in. Okay, so we know though, from the news, we've got Gilston Builders, right? And we've also got Arnold Sampson, contract manager. Let's see if either of these places could fill us in a little bit about what's going on with Tollins. What exactly is going on with Tollins? So let's look up the Gilston Builders first. All right, well, you won't be surprised to hear that Gilston Builders is not in the white pages. What business do they do? Gilston Builders Company. Building contract manager. All right, I don't see any way to find Gilston Builders unless it's in the paper somewhere else. So let's try to find Arnold Sampson. Wow, no Arnold Sampson. I gotta say, it's a little frustrating that that we've looked up like a dozen people in the white pages and not been able to find them. Three lads named Tanner, Bates, and Smith were charged on Wednesday with having been engaged in scuttling. Family saved from fire. I don't know why we can't find these people involved in Tullen's business. When we knocked on Tullen's door, did we see him and he wouldn't talk to us, or was there just they wouldn't let us in his house? 69 Northwest, Tullens won't talk to us. I want to see that again. A maid answers the door. We explain we work for Sherlock Holmes and we're investigating a case. She disappears for a moment and then returns. Lord Tullens is very busy and cannot think of any way he could be of help. So I have to bid you a good day. All right, so apparently he's there, but he won't talk to us. Maybe that's all we're ever going to get from him. How about gunpowder? There's gunsmiths. Who haven't we visited? Let's look up the librarian. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about gunpowder and how it would be used and anything details here. Library informant, that's exactly what Jonathan was saying. Okay. Womack's the librarian, 5 Southwest. All right, we're on the same thinking along similar lines about the librarian maybe having some information from us. We show Lomax the newspaper, and he looks at it a moment, then disappears, returning a short time later with a copy of the Bible and a treatise on chess published in 1884. There's no Luke 29, he says, opening the Bible, but there is a Luke 10:29, which is a well-known passage because it marks the beginning of the story of the Good Samaritan. We already know this has nothing to do with our case. It reads, "But he, willing to justify himself, said unto Jesus, and who is my neighbor?" Lomax returns to the chess book. "As for this one, I'll leave you to have a look for yourself." He hands us the book and wanders off among the library shelves. We spend half an hour reading, learning that chess originated in India in the 6th century AD and spread to the Arab world and eventually to Europe. Organized tournament play arose around the middle of the present century and has since become immensely popular in Europe and America. British champion Joseph Henry Blackburn had been a dominant figure in international tournament play since 1870 and is generally considered to be England's best player. There is ongoing debate about the best method for recording chess games, with some aficionados still advocating descriptive notation, despite the much more economical algebraic notation now used in most tournaments. Algebraic notation allocates letter ABC and numbers 1, 2, so on to the ranks. Files vertical columns from bottom to top. It was devised by Philip Stamma and outlined in his 1745 treatise, The Noble Game of Chess. "Well, I know a lot more about chess than I ever thought I'd need to," remarks Wiggins. That's it. So that was just more information on how to read that chessboard. Nothing important. So the only one we haven't talked to is Sherlock Holmes, which he's going to give us a real hint about how to read the code. Can we visit Blackburn? Well, let's see. He is mentioned a few times. Blackburn. You won't be surprised to hear that you can't visit Blackburn. He's not in here. There's very few people in this game in the directory, at least that we can see. At the Belgrave Chess Club, 55 Southwest, where Mr. Blackburn is to play against the rest. We already saw that. We already went there. He did give us a couple names of other people, though, that we didn't fully investigate. Or someone did, at least. Here are the other people at the... Oh, Birds. We got people at the Birds place. What about... Let's look at that chess club again. 55 Southwest. We're all thrilled about Blackburn's visit. Mr. Unsgaard and Mr. Werner. So, 55 Southwest. We didn't try to look up this Unsgaard. I'm not sure why we should, to be honest. Doesn't feel like there's anything more going on in this chess club, but I'll make a note of it. We're just talking about the notation. Good luck against Mr. Blackburn. Alright, I'm going to look up Unsgaard in the directory. I don't expect that it will lead to anything useful. Nope. Okay. Well, we can go to Sherlock Holmes when we're ready. Where's my other list here? We can go to the Westminster Annex to see if someone's hiding in there. We can try to go to the gun shops to see if anyone can tell us about people who's bought gunpowder. That seems like a stock exchange. That's a very good idea, Anna. Anna says, we heard 2 times about stocks, maybe the stock exchange. Jonathan says, here's a meta comment. Do you think we've seen most of the clue points at this point? It's mainly just the code in the paper and mainly tracking down the hired thief. Well, I feel like there's clues we haven't read, but it's true. There aren't that many clues in this book. I like Anna's idea about going to the stock exchange. There's also this third little mystery of this horse and carriage. I feel like we got to chase that down. And we can go to Sherlock Holmes soon. So what was I going to look up? I was going to look up... Oh, I wanted to look up whether there is an armory. Army and Navy store. Let's look up a couple of gunsmiths to see if there's anything to that. 12 Northwest. No. 5 EC. No, it doesn't look like the gun shops are anything relevant to us. Pawn shops we tried. Okay, stock market. 22 EC is the stock exchange. Where, just help me find where that is. Anna, can you tell me where you found the stock exchange? Where in the directory is the stock exchange? Stock exchange is in the regular directory, 22EC. I guess we can look it up. Yeah, it would be nice to know it was in the organized by section somewhere in the yellow pages. Let's see if there's an entry for it. 22EC. 22EC. Okay, there is an entry. Let's read it. At the stock exchange, we find out all we can about investments made by MPs. After some bluffing and sweet talking, we managed to uncover the following facts. Sir Edgar Staple, MP, has a large investment in a cotton import company and City and Suburban Bank. Okay, we're having a very hard time finding Edgar Staple. So anything we could use to track him down would be very useful. Okay, so 22EC, stock exchange. Okay, so Edgar Staple, cotton import, and City and Suburban Bank. Okay, Merlin Luke has ownership in Grant Arms, Werner and Company Shipwrights. So Merlin and Werner are in bed together, and Werner's Blacking Company. Okay, so that makes sense. We found them in bed together. Good. Around a month ago, Lord Tullins sold a number of his shares in Sarandon Builders Company and Decker and Gardner Tobacco Company. I wonder if that's selling to get money to pay blackmailer. I mean, I don't see how looking up these companies are going to help us, really. But it does add weight to the idea that Tullins has having to pay a blackmailer, maybe. Yeah. Okay. I mean, that was nice. That was neat. That was fun. But it doesn't really help us much. How about if we want to find City and Suburban Bank, maybe they can help us locate him. City and Suburban Bank is 72 EC. Maybe they can help us find Edgar Staple, 72 EC. No. Still no way to find Edgar. That just seems wrong to me. Let me look up Edgar Staples again. But maybe his headquarters is out of town. Let me put on my glasses. I really would like to be able to find this guy. the Staple Inn. Is it possible they own it? Let's just look up 75WC. Maybe he owns it. No. No. Well, it might be time to go to Sherlock Holmes for some help. What do you think? And it says, Edgar is coming by train every day. I don't think we can find him outside Parliament. Yeah, you might have a good point. All right, let's go to Sherlock Holmes, 42 Northwest. We're at a bit of a... I think you're right, though. He was out of town, so... Let's go and see what Sherlock Holmes can help us think about. 42 Northwest. Doesn't look like he's going to help us with much here. Oops. Ah, Wiggins, I didn't expect you to ask for my help. If you know where to look, this affair resolves itself very quickly. If what you are missing is context, then you should go and pay a visit to my brother Mycroft at the Diogenes Club. If it's the code you are concerned with, knowing the basics of chess notation is useful, then everything you need is in the 3 columns of the newspaper. Well, that was not very helpful. What if we draw out those clues on the chessboard? Does that... So if this is our chessboard, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then if we look at our things up here, B4 would be here. Oh, and this is B4, 3. Maybe that's not so useful. B4, okay, so at B4, there's a 3. I'm just going to experiment with this idea. C3 is a 4. B6 is 12. C2 is 89. A5 is 11. B4 is 30. Oh, there's another B4. This is 3 and 38. That makes this much less likely, doesn't it? And then C3, we have another number again. 4 and 17. Well, that's not really helpful, is it? thought that might be something. To clarify, A24 would be column A, second article from the bottom. That's an interesting idea. Counting up, because that's how they do it in chess. That's an interesting idea. Fits the code. Knowing the basics of chess notation is useful. Then everything you need is in the 3 columns of the paper. Well, let's try counting up. That's an interesting idea. Here's our codes. So B4, 1, 2, 3, 4. 3. A2, 21. C3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. B6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 12. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Well, that gets us there. 5, 6. So C3, 1, 2, 3. Fourth word, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. C2. C2. Is this going to be the 89th word starting from here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29, 30, 32, 33, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 70, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 80, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. A5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 11th word, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 is street. Okay, I think this is it. I think there's just A511 would be there, street. B4, B, 1, 2, 3, 4. 38, that was the word that we found, properly marked. C3, 17. 1, 2, 3, 17. And that's the 17th letter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. If it's words, it's that. B4, 2, 3, 4. Third word is editor. A2, 21. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. At 1, 2, 3, 4. Third word is at. Tomorrow at C3, 4. Sorry, C, 1, 2, 3. Fourth word, 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 22. 6, B, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 12th word, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, which is lives. There's clearly something else we have to do here, but C289. So here's 2. Sorry, here's 2. And 89 was the poor, which we think has to change to something else. A5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Poor Street. B, 1, 2, 3, 4. B4, 38 was heathen. And then C3, 1, 2, 3. 17th word is white. Tomorrow at 10:22 lives Poor Street heathen white. But then something else is being done here. Why is he... The 22 is crossed out, so it's tomorrow at 10. And that's the Bishop's Gate part. Right. Okay, so the 22 is crossed out, so that's at 10. And then what else is crossed out? The E. But if the E is crossed out, that just says Haven. 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 Is that going to be the street? Haven. And then poor turns to pool. Pool Street. And did white get modified? No, because white's not real. That's what, it's not going to be white. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 is this chessboard. And that is Bishopgate. So tomorrow at 10, where did we get lives? Live. That's what it is. Liverpool Street. Haven, Bishopgate. So let's take a look what we've got here. Is that a street name, that Haven or whatever? So tomorrow at 10, Liverpool Street, Haven, Bishopgate. What are we missing? Tomorrow at 10, Liverpool Street Station, maybe. There's Bishopgate. Is it a cross street? Here's Bishopgate. What are the cross streets? Haven. What are we missing? B438. B 1, 2, 3, 4. The 38th word. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 14, 15, 16. 1, 3, 2, 3, 3, 4, 3, 5, 3, 6, 3, 7, 38. The 38th word is heathen. The E is crossed out, so that gives us haven. And then we've got Bishopgate. How does haven help us? Where is the haven part? Any theories about that? Not heathen, just then? I don't know. That looks deliberately like an E being crossed out. Like just a pure E crossed out. Like live. And what did we think live? Oh. Live pool. Live pool street. Station. So we've got tomorrow at 10. Live Pool Street, which we think is Liverpool Street Station. And then we've got Haven Bishopgate. Sure seems like we should be looking for the street that crosses Bishopgate. H. Athen. What else would that be? H. H. Bishopgate. Haven. Any ideas? Then Bishopgate makes sense as directions. Jonathan says, "Can you show us the words in your notebook?" You know, see if we can. So we've got tomorrow at Live Pool Street. Do you think it was supposed to be Station? Haven? It's odd that it's not just saying Liverpool Station. Why isn't it just saying Liverpool Station? Why is it saying Bishopgate? Because it's saying he's going to come out at Bishopgate. Here's Bishopgate. Lamb Street, Commercial Street. If only there was a Haven Street. Let me just make sure there's not one on this map. Let's look at this together. So there's Liverpool Street Station. It would also make sense if it was a number. 83 Haven 83. It's really weird. I mean, why even have that? Why not just say Liverpool Street Station and Bishopgate? What is the purpose of that word? Haven. Is there something we're not understanding about the crossing out of these letters? Because this says jump for their lives. We've crossed off the S. And then we've got live pool. So do we have to we have to insert a letter? So in other words, live pool, we switch the S for an R. Is there a letter we could swap out for that E that would make sense? Not really. That's quite confusing. It can't be nothing. I think he's leaving on Bishopgate. Yeah, but how could it possibly be? All right, it's a reasonable theory that you're saying it's not crossing out the E, it's crossing out the first part of that word, so it's then. So Liverpool Station, then Bishopgate. It's a theory, it's a reasonable theory. It's pretty nasty. It's a pretty nasty thing if that's it. I don't approve of that. You can't tell me that it's fair that this is crossing out the letter S and this is crossing out HEA. Remember, the circle's mine. So that does not make sense. If that's crossing out the S and we're supposed to know this is live, this could be telling us stop here. So it's just H. Liverpool Street, H. Bishopgate. All right, if we know it's Bishopgate and Liverpool, let's check these two streets to see if there's anything there at 97 EC or 83. I'm going to look up H83, which is at the corner of Houndstitch, maybe for H. I don't like it, but I'm going to look up 83 EC and then 97 EC. Although it makes sense that this is stuff the game wants us to answer at the end rather than look up. But let's just look it up to see if there's anything in there. So 83 EC is not in there. And 97 EC is not in there. It doesn't feel right. I mean, I do think we understand this code. Tomorrow at 10, Live Pool Street, something, Bishop Gate. And would that mean there's nothing else? And that would be the entirety of the secret message. So the only thing that's confusing is what that H would mean. All right, let's assume Haven sounds like station. Let's assume for a minute that we figured this out and it's going to be a question to ask us, like, where should you go to meet him? That's a weird question to ask us, like, where is he going to be? Okay, regardless, oh, Dave Neal is here. It's supposed to be HEA that got crossed out. Okay. Well, that was Anna's theory. And Dave Neal is here. Well, it's good to see Dave Neal. Okay, so, I mean, it's not completely unreasonable. That's Anna's theory. So then we've got, then if that's true, if we assume that, then we've got our then Bishop Gate. Okay, so at the proof stage, I asked for the crossing out to be made clear, but for whatever reason, it didn't happen. Okay. Even if Dave Neal did not tell us that, what we were going to have to say at this point is that it's clear the idea of this message is that this person is telling us where Edgar's going to be, telling the other person. So I think we understand. We're going to have to see what the last question, what the questions ask us, but we now, feels like we have proof that we've got Merlin the MP leaking information about Edgar's secret travel methods. He takes different trains each time to avoid the public. He's leaking it to Werner. Werner is sending people out to attack him to make it look like the public is against this plan. So in that sense, we've wrapped up this thread about Werner and Merlin. That feels like one complete thread wrapped up. I'm not sure we need more information. We've found that those two are conspiring, and that's how they're doing that. But now we've got two more threads. However, we don't know if the game expects us to solve them completely. So that's a second thing we have to keep in the back of our mind. We have, it feels like, solved the problem that Daisy came to us with about this newspaper and this man, right? So the question now is, how much do we think we can unravel the burglaries? Are we expected to unravel them because we haven't been tasked with them by Daisy? And then we've got this little horse and carriage that got lost over here. That feels like a bit of a separate mystery for us. Horse and cart laden with bound wheat as if for delivery. Held in the yard at Millbank Prison. And those could be related. So I think we have Daisy's problem solved. And now the question is, can we be clever and come up with more refinement to our burglary theory? And it feels like we should be able to. Maybe we should investigate the horse and cart a little bit more, see if we can figure out what's going on there, and maybe they'll connect. All right, good time for a break. It's fun that Dave Neal came by and joined us. So we'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back, give some thoughts about where we might track down where this horse and cart came from, how we might track down the hired thief, or the Countess. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back here watching Call for Two. We're talking in the channel. Let's catch up here. We seem to be in agreement that we've wrapped up all the pieces of Daisy's challenge that she brought us. We understand the paper, we understand who's selling information to who and for what reason. Now we're talking about the robberies. It feels like Tullins has hired a thief to commit these robberies. The main thing he wants is the blackmail information from the Countess. And then he's robbed people the day before her and the day after her, either for money. Maybe that's how he's paying the thief. Like, I want the blackmail evidence. You rob these other two people I'll tell you about. You can keep the money. Or maybe he also wants money. And we believe he sold some of his stocks to pay off blackmail. That's further evidence that he's being blackmailed. We've got the name of the thief, although we can't find the thief. Then there's a third little mystery about this horse and cart that was found at Millbank Prison, which we don't know if we're supposed to solve completely this case. I will point out there's a constable. Oh, we talked to that constable. But Jonathan says the fact that there was actually a clue about that when we visited Millbank makes him think that we are able to solve it. So I think there's that. And I was like, I think we're ready to answer the questions. I don't think we're ready yet. I think we need to try to do a little more tracking down of the thief, wrapping up of loose ends. Before we're ready, although we might be able to. I will note that the rules for Dave Neal's box, the Baker Street Irregulars, is actually really nice. And do I have it out here somewhere? It's actually got some tips that I don't remember seeing in the other boxes. But one of them is here. Look what it says here. It says, like, are you stuck? Sherlock Holmes gives you tips. But look at this. Look at what Dave Neal says. If you feel you can no longer progress in the investigation, read the questions. You're probably closer to the solution than you think. I don't remember this being in the other boxes. I think this might just be in Dave Neal's box. This might be due to Dave Neal. I'm not 100% sure about that. So it's not a crazy idea to go to the questions when we're not sure and then do a little house ruling, allow ourselves to go back. But he says the second set of questions will especially reward the most seasoned investigators who took the time to read more leads. Those are like the auxiliary mysteries. And in the previous case, case 5, there was a little side mystery about a horse and cart getting tipped over with fish that did have a solution. It was a tiny little mystery that could be solved. So I think we need to spend a little bit more time understanding this horse and cart, if we can. At least running it down, chasing it down. Anna says, horse feels like a red herring. Not to me. The horse feels to me like a little mini mystery that we're supposed to understand. Let's see what we can do here. Let's see what we can do. Let's take a look. Here's Millbank Prison. The horse and cart. We're gonna work on the horse and cart for a bit. The horse and cart was found where? Was it found? Found in Vauxhall. Oh, it was found right here. So here's where the horse was found, eating the stuff. Let's reread what 23 Southwest was when we met up with Constable Chedley to hear about this horse. Here's what he says. At Millbank Prison, we meet a Constable Chedley, who tells us he found the abandoned horse and cart yesterday around 5 p.m. Yesterday at 5 p.m. So we're going to start a new set of things. Horse cart. Yesterday, which is Wednesday, June 12th, 5 p.m. Can I point out that one of our robberies took place between 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. Was that our Wednesday robbery? Let's find that out. Let's find our robberies. Robberies, June 12th, Wednesday afternoon, Anthony Ramos. So that wasn't between 5 and 10 p.m. It was afternoon. All right. Let's keep reading. The horse was munching on the grass, and a stall holder said it had been there since the day previous. Aha. So it was actually there since Tuesday, June 11th, with no one having come for it. I wonder if the poor fellow has met with a mishap of some kind. Well, you don't abandon your horse and cart for 3 days, 2 days. So something's gone wrong. Well, given where it is, someone could have gotten robbed, killed, fallen in the river. Horse goes on his own. He's munching on the grass, so the horse, that might be a natural place for him to wander. He's loaded up with wheat. Let's see what we've got in our directories here. So let's look for any place that might have stables with horses. Okay, so here are some stables. We've got nothing in the southwest, unfortunately. But where are other stables? 5WC, that's the central carriage. We went there, we didn't hear anything. But we could check the other stables to see if anyone knows where that came from. That would be a reasonable thing to do. Check stables. What's the closest stable? We've got 5WC. That's way up here. 5WC is all the way up here. It's unlikely that that carriage was belonging to that. 61EC, across the bridge. No, 61EC is up here, even less likely. Okay, how about 82 Northwest? 82 Northwest is here. Possible, seems unlikely though. 68 Northwest, a little closer. 21 Southeast, here. This would be our closest one, right? Came over the bridge. So let's look up 21 Southeast just to see if there's any entry. If there isn't, then it's probably not related to stables. Southeast. Okay, so there's no 21 Southeast. So it's probably not related to stables. Probably not. Otherwise, there would be an entry there even if it was a different stable. All right, what about the wheat angle? It's loaded with wheat. Is there any way we can trace down? How about market? Was he bringing it to market? What's nearby? Any markets nearby? Hotel, post office, barracks. 33 Wellington Barracks. Or maybe a police station would know about something. look up. Would the barracks have gunpowder? That's the other thing we haven't tracked down. There's no markets in the Southwest neighborhood. It's found here eating. What would he have been doing? What's our 28 and 31? What were those places? And 22. These are places near our crime. Or near our, in our case. What are these places? What's 22 Southwest? How did that come up? Let's see, what are places in there Southwest? '81 Southwest is Werner's home. Here. 22 Southwest, oh, that's Murray's office. Okay, not very useful. '28 Southwest, here, near the crime, is where the Creep Walk robbery happened. This was our first robbery, right? So is this related to our first robbery? It's Thursday, so we've got Wednesday, Tuesday, and Monday. So the first robbery was Monday night at 6 p.m. We're told that the horse is found Wednesday. It's been there since Tuesday, so not really our first robbery. Well, I mean, we could try knocking on doors next door. What's 31 Southwest? Where is that related to our case? I'm going to look up 31 Southwest because I don't see it in my notes. 31 Southwest is not in the book. So did I just make it up, or is this an informer? Somehow I just made it up. Probably put a 31 Southwest when I should have put 31 something else. All right, so there's nothing there. Let's reread what Murray says, 22 Southwest. Okay, Murray's working on the gunpowder. We show him the newspaper. He starts reading it. Jewelry, second robbery, that of Countess Nerona. What she said didn't make sense. She claimed the safe had separate items. He can see that it got blown up. Why would she lie? Why would she lie? And then we've got the horse and cart. He was just munching on it. Wheat. All right, what about wheat? What about wheat? Where do you take wheat? market, but there's no markets. I mean, we could go next door and see if anyone saw it there. Let's try 77 Southwest, just shot in the dark. See if someone noticed it. No, nothing there. What about a police station nearby? I'm gonna look at the barracks in case someone stole gunpowder there. I'm still interested in that angle. 33, nope. Have I got that right? Vincent Square? Let me just reread what that guy says about the horse. Horse was munching on the grass, and a stall holder said it had been there since the day previous. We found the abandoned horse and cart at 5 p.m. yesterday, munching on the grass. And the newspaper tells us, found in Vauxhall at Vincent Square, horse and cart laden with bound wheat as if for delivery. All right, where is the wheat being delivered? Where do you deliver wheat to? A place, a mill. Horseferry Street is near the square. Horseferry Street, yes, that's where you would sell horses. Okay, where's Horseferry Street? Here's Horseferry Street. So if he came along Horseferry Street, where would he be going? Down across the bridge. Archbishop's Park. Let's stop off at the hotel to see if someone saw anything. Horse cart and goods are safe. Where the hell was it going delivering wheat? Was it delivering it to a boat? No one's seen it at stables. There are other places we haven't gone to yet. Have we gone to the things like Office of Records, 14WC, other things that might give us information about the Countess? It feels like we might be able to get more information about the Countess too. Nothing on 14WC. Foreign Office, 92 Southwest. Maybe they'll know about the Countess. Any other ideas for how we could get Countess information? No, nothing there. Boarding houses, chemists, charities, carpets. Did we try going to any jewelers? I don't see any jewelers. Any police station down here in this area? 13 Southwest, there's a police station. New Scotland Yard, did we already go there? Oh, that was Lestrade. Phone open with gunpowder. They knew they were out. Countess moved to London 3 months ago. Captivating. Jewelry all stolen. $17WC, that's the archives. We already went there, right? Presumably, we didn't see anything? Nothing, it says. Let's go back to Porky's and see if we overlooked something. 52 EC. John says, I think the Countess is not a real Countess since the embassy had no records of her. I think she's a con artist blackmailer. I think Anna says she's fake Countess who travels a lot, professional blackmailer. I think that makes sense to me. So maybe we're not going to find anything more about her. I think that's a reasonable guess. All right, let's see what Porky says. We asked Porky if he knows anything about dodgy goings-on. I do remember some weeks back hearing that a toffee-nosed geezer was asking around for someone to do a recovery job for him. He was a small little ferret of a man, wheezing away. We know who that is. We know that's Thomas. At the end, someone sent him to Ahmet Burns' way. Ahmet has talents for getting into difficult places, which seems to be what this fella needed. All right, Ahmet Byrne. And then we looked up Ahmet Byrne and couldn't find him. Let's confirm that. Yeah, I don't see any Ahmet Byrne. And no idea, no sign of where that person would be otherwise. Doesn't seem, I don't remember seeing any paper. All right, let's try the Westminster. Annex by J.L. Pearson. I won't be surprised that J.L. Pearson's not available to visit. Okay. What about the scuttling? Is it possible that the scuttling took place? Mr. Louse Stevedore. Family of 4 jumped for their lives from a window when a fire broke out in the top story of the Islington house. I guess that's not going to be in our area, huh? Let me look up Mr. Wouse. Nope, no Wouse. What about wheat? Where else would you deliver wheat to? Do you deliver wheat to ships? A cart laden with bound wheat as if for delivery. Jardine and Matheson. I'm going to look up the shipyards. Jardine and Matheson's 15 EC. Nope. You have to, did some of the robberies have broken windows, others did not? I believe they all had broken windows. That's my memory. You could jump out of the window onto the horse cart, but they're not horse cart. But they're not, it's not like they were high up. Get the birds. There's no way. There's no way that that horse thing is not something. But it's always possible it could be for a future case, but a horse cart. Boy, it really feels to me like we should be able to look at that horse cart area and figure out where it was being delivered. What is this? Alfred Ash. Effie Ash, 75 Southeast. I'm just sort of grasping at straws here. We could always look at the questions. '71 Southwest. I'm tempted to also do the old thing where we just glance through the book. We chase down the birds in that shop. We've got 2 cases already. I don't think there's more here. Well, shall we look at the questions? All right, let's look at the questions. I feel like there's more with the horse, but let's look at the questions. And then we'll decide what we want to do. Who is the man with the ginger whiskers or bowler hat? We know that is Luke Merlin. Who is the man in the black coat and top hat with the red feather? We believe that's, I keep getting his name wrong, the Zenner guy. What's his name? Venner. What did the scribbles on the copy of the Times mean? Okay, what plot were the scribbles part of? Who was involved? All right, so I think we know all this. Who organized the jewelry burglaries? Why? Who carried out the jewelry burglaries? What did they get as payment for carrying them out? Okay, so this matches our theory that he gave them like 3 addresses and the thief gets to keep the jewels that he robs on the other houses and hands in the blackmail evidence. Or he sold the stocks and paid them. I don't see any horse questions. And so who carried out the burglary? That's going to be Ahmet. So we're guessing that Ahmet carried out the jewelry burglaries, right? Just based on the one clue that sent us to that where Porky told us he was originally connected with Arnott. Jonathan says yes. Sure doesn't sound like it wants to know about any horses. I'm going to look through quickly to see if we missed anything important. All right, so in Southwest, there doesn't look like anything new except one weird thing about Claude Marchand, who I don't know what that is. So I don't see anything in Southwest. Okay, I'm going to look at Southeast now. Okay, I don't see anything in Southeast. So everyone's okay with me doing this, right? The Bird Shop, the Countess, Sherlock Holmes. Tones is busy. We can visit someone with a wedding. There's an interesting thing about this wedding that we can go to with Reverend Astley. So if you go to this marriage, Malcolm Justy to Lillian Tafson. If you go to St. George's Church to talk to the Reverend, he says, "It's a lovely wedding, except for one incident. There was a man who entered and stood at the back for a brief time, a broad fellow with a mustache. He was not a guest. He just stared at the poor couple, his demeanor one of anger or contempt. No one noticed him." Don't know what that's all about. Okay, at the stable, tells us they picked him up. And this is the Times. We visit him at his house. Okay. The stock exchange. Delivery note. We saw this attack. We talked to Porky. Okay, so this one last thing. Let's see, 86 EC. Where is 86 EC? 86 EC is up here somewhere. Here's 86 EC. Okay, so let's see what we missed here. It's a rather long entry. We noticed your company is advertising jobs. I don't know if you have the required experience. Governor, you can be the judge of that. Imagine how angry you'll be if you turn away some of the sharpest, cleverest, most booming, fabulous financial brains ever to grace this here doorway. The clerk seems unsure how to respond. His face twists into an odd expression. He wonders what the appropriate course of action could be. He glances at a door to our left. In there, is he? Says Wiggins, rapping his knuckles on the door. We're looking for Mason and Williams stockbrokers. These might be one of the stocks that the people sold. Is that what it is? Is it when we read about who sold all their stocks? Anyway, we barge in. He's clean-shaven with large bushy eyebrows. Who the devil are you, he asks. We're here about the job, Governor. All posts have been filled. You have to look elsewhere. Oh, that's a shame. Seems like a nice place to work, though perhaps while we're here you could help us. We currently work for a member of Parliament who's keen on making some investments, is wondering which firm he should use. Does your company have any MPs as clients? A few, but I cannot discuss my clients' affairs or identities. Okay, so that's it. We read everything. There's nothing else. All right, well, let's read the solution then. I suppose before we read the solution, we should have a little 5-minute break. We'll come back, we'll read it, and we'll discuss it. So, sorry to make everyone spend that extra 40 minutes searching for nothing. It really felt like we should be able to find something about that horse, but we couldn't. So, I'll see you in 5 minutes. We'll read the solution. Welcome back. You're watching Caught for Two. We're about ready to read the solution to case 6, the busker of Bridge Street, from the Baker Street Irregulars box by Dave Neal. We've fully beaten the horse to death trying to locate the horse's owner. Couldn't find it, but we think we solved the rest of the main case. So let's go through the questions. Make sure we know our answers. Who is the man with the ginger whiskers and bowler hat? We think that's Luke Merlin, the MP. Who is the man in the black coat and the top hat with the red feather? We think that's why can I not remember his name? Because it's a V or a Z. Werner. We think that's Werner, the guy who runs the different companies, the ship company and the blackening company, and he has all the child labor, the admiral. And so what did the scribbles on the copy of Times mean? It was the route that Edgar Staple is going to take to get into Parliament, so that Werner can plant people to protest around him to make it look like spontaneous hatred of the population against him. What plot were the scribbles part of and who was involved? Okay, so that's our theory there. Who was involved? Just the business owners, maybe that other MP as well. If anyone has do we have any other answers to who was involved besides those two? There were also the workers that he hired. Maybe his shipyard workers. Okay, then the second series of questions, the sort of bonus questions. Who organized the jewelry burglaries? We think that's Tullins. Why? We think it's to recover the blackmail that the Countess had on him. Who carried out the jewelry burglaries? We think that's that guy, Ahmet Bernard. What did they get as payment for carrying them out? Either, we think probably the jewelry from the other heists. Right? All right, here we go. The busker of Bridge Street, case 6. The first answer is Sir Merlin Luke. We got that right. I guess we should be scoring ourselves. So question 1, we got 25. Question 2, who is the man in black? Werner, Christian Werner. We knew that. That's another 25. 3, the markings were code for tomorrow at Liverpool Street, then Bishopgate, to tell Werner that Sir Edgar Staple would be arriving at Liverpool Station at 10 a.m. tomorrow and would travel down Bishopgate. So we got that right. 25 points. Sir Merlin was passing on the information about Sir Edgar's travel arrangements so that Werner could arrange for more supposedly spontaneous protest against the Children's Charter by the public. In reality, people working for Werner, plus 25 points. Okay, so we got those all perfectly correct. Second series, who organized the jewelry burglaries? This is one we were less sure about. Lord Tullins. So we got 10 points for that. Why? To recover evidence that he had an affair with Countess Nerona, who was blackmailing him. 10 points, although if you also realize that Countess Nerona is a professional blackmailer who travels around seducing rich married men, you score an additional 10 points. So we did get those both right. That's 20 points. Who carried out the burglary? Ahmet Baran. We got that right. So that's another 10 points. Okay, here we go. What did they get as payment? Lord Tullins told Ahmet where the other two victims had their safes and let Ahmet know when they would be out. Ahmet got the jewelry from those robberies as his payment for doing the Countess Nerona robbery. The extra 2 robberies were also beneficial to Lord Tullins because it meant that the robbery of Countess Nerona looked like one in a series rather than a specific burglary for a specific purpose. Plus 20. So we got perfect score. Every single thing right, including all the bonuses. Pretty good. All right, now let's read the solution, even though we don't need it because we knew it well. And then we can make up a story about the horse. Anna was right about the Countess. It's true. I did think it was a decoy robbery at first. Made sense. Made sense. I think we knew it. We all came to the same basic conclusion at the end. But Anna did suspect that Countess of being a professional blackmailer right from the start. But it all was one thief. It all was one thief. Like I said, it was implausible that there would be two thieves. Although I did think she was the thief at some point. All right, let's read the solution. Holmes is sitting in his armchair, hands together, eyes closed. After spending some time rifling through copies of the Times, the London Directory, and referring to a city map, he has sat like that for 30 minutes. Suddenly, he opens his eyes and speaks. So, Daisy, he says, this case essentially revolves around a relatively straightforward code. In solving it, Watson steps forward from the fireplace with a look of surprise. Solving it, Holmes? But you haven't even left the house yet. Indeed, I have not, Watson, replies the great detective. And yet, the case is solved nonetheless. How often have I told you that many great secrets of the world can be divined from the pages of the city press? There, in black and white, a million different lives connect and diverge, fail and prosper, plan and scheme. So Holmes did not even have to leave the house for this one. I will concede your point, Holmes, says Watson after a pause, if you prove it by way of example. What does this code mean? Well, replies Holmes, a reasonable starting point in deciphering the code is to assume that the numbers and letters indicate words or letters in the newspaper. The fact that there are lines across portions of some words suggests that the desired word was not available in all cases, forcing the writer to make edits. We can see that the letter and number across the top are arranged in groups of 3 following a pattern, a letter and a number, and finally a large number. The last, having the greatest range, could indicate the word. That would mean the starting section, the letter and number, must delineate the article. A simple means of doing so would be to treat it as a grid reference. So for A2, for example, we look at the first column and the second section. Counting 21 words into this article gives us the word Ellen. Next, we have B4, second column, fourth article. Counting 3 words gives us from. This exercise generates the message Ellen from 10 AAA problem, and then finally the chess problem. What does the message mean? Asks Watson. It means nothing. Nothing? Then the case is not solved. It means nothing, Watson, because the approach I just outlined neglects the markings on the chess problem. Most of the markings are numbers, letters, and edits to words, the standard bread and butter of secret codes. It is therefore the fact that a curious and indeed impossible move has been marked on the chess problem that is most distinctive and striking feature. When one realizes chess is at the heart of the code, the riddle is solved. The code is based on the simple principle of viewing the newspaper as a chessboard with the articles as squares, and thus any entry can be indicated using algebraic notation. But in algebraic notation, one reads along columns and then up, not down. The rows. So A2, we look at the first column and the second article from the bottom, which gives us the word tomorrow. B4. Now we reach the word act. The next word we arrive at is 10, and notice it reads 10, only because it has been edited. The fact that we hit all the edited words with this approach confirms we are onto something. And the message we get is, tomorrow at 10, live Pool Street, then. The final part of the code points us to the chess problem, but no particular word. Now let us change our direction of inquiry for a moment. The writing at the top of the newspaper, by its position and content, appears to be a delivery note, suggesting this copy of the Times was to be delivered to Mr. Luke at 29 St. Andrew, or as one can ascertain by consulting a map, Little St. Andrew Street, WC. There is also a reference to a Sir Merlin Luke MP in a previous edition of the Times, and for our man to be an MP would make perfect sense as he passes by the Houses of Parliament on a regular basis. So what message might Sir Merlin Luke seek to convey in code? In the news, we find reference to the recent passing of the Naval Defense Act, the fine details of which are probably of value to foreign powers, and the proposed Children's Charter, which has some opponents in Parliament and among factory owners. Sir Edgar Staple, an advocate of the Children's Charter, has been set upon in the street on more than one occasion, no matter which way he comes into the city. Sir Edgar originally believed that the attacks were being orchestrated by factory owners in an attempt to make the Children's Charter look unfavorable to the public. Public opinion has recently been instrumental in swaying Parliament in relation to the Naval Defense Act, and Sir Merlin Luke played a role in that case. He probably came away from it with an appreciation of how important public opinion, or perceived public opinion, can be. So, here is a theory. Sir Merlin Luke is one of those opposed to the Charter and is passing information on Sir Edgar's travel plans to factory owners, allowing them to arrange their public demonstrations. Daisy said the second man in the black coat and top hat walked past each day and crossed the bridge. Is there a factory he could walk to each day on the other side of the river? Searching the adverts in the Times gives us both Werner's Blacking Company, which is manufactured at 32 Oakley Street Southeast, and Werner & Company Shipwrights at 39 Southeast. If this man runs a blacking factory, that could also explain why there is a black smudge on the Times crest. I noticed that. In the London directory, Mr. Christian Werner is listed as living at 81 Southwest. The route from 81 Southwest to 32 Southeast takes one directly past Big Ben and over the bridge. I wish we had tracked out his house and his work better, so we would have caught up with what she said, how he always passes over the bridge. We didn't need it, but it would have been fun. It seems we have identified the second man and a likely motive for the secret communication. The fact he exports his blacking to British colonies worldwide suggests how large his business must be, and how much he stands to lose. He also owns a large shipwright which makes ships for the Royal Navy, and he and Sir Merlin Luke may intend for Werner & Company to get the contract for new ships under the Naval Defense Act. If Werner's workforce is primarily children, he will have a lot to lose if the Children's Charter is passed. The final point to conclude our case comes from the application of algebraic notation to the chess problem itself. The move is bishop to g8, says Watson. It is, responds Holmes, or phonetically, Bishopsgate, exclaims Wiggins. Precisely. The newspaper tells us that Sir Edgar takes the train into London each day. Bishopsgate runs south from Liverpool Station. Our coded message now reads, tomorrow at 10 at Liverpool Station, Liverpool Street, then Bishopsgate. It seems clear that Liverpool Street is short for Liverpool Street, the word Liverpool not appearing in the newspaper. Neither did Bishop or Gate, but Sir Merlin found a novel way around that. As for his message, it is a time of arrival, 10 a.m., and directions. The directions Sir Edgar will be taking tomorrow on his way to Westminster. Blimey, Mr. Holmes, says Daisy, that was some real detective thinking, that was. I don't think I can ever be a proper detective like what you are. On the contrary, Daisy, remarks Holmes, you have the makings of an excellent detective. You realize the significance of these scribblings, and you should take the credit. Run along with this newspaper to Scotland Yard. Sir Edgar Staple will be very interested. And Wiggins, it seems to me we have an excellent candidate for a new member of the Irregulars. A new member? Wiggins frowns. I don't know about that, Mr. Holmes. Oh, please, Mr. Wiggins, says Daisy. Me and Dodger will be hard-working and clever. That we will. She flips the coin in her hand in the air again and catches it. Why do you flip that coin? asks Tinker. It's my lucky penny. It's different from the rest, see? It has a hole. As long as I have it with me, nothing can happen to me. She holds out the penny and we see a chunk is missing from the side. I flip it when I need good things to happen, like for you to say yes to me becoming an irregular. We haven't got much bedding room left in the old factory, regards Simpson. I live with me aunt in Islington, says Daisy, and I know that ain't right nearby, but I'm quick. I can be anywhere in a blink, or close as damn it. And Dodger, well, he's fast and as sharp as... All right, says Wiggin. We can give her a try, right, lads? As he turns to look at us, Dodger jumps up and licks his face. Laughing, we nod our agreement. Wiggins also starts to laugh and reaches out to shake Daisy's hand. Dodger leaps about yapping, sensing his owner's excitement, and together, the Baker Street Irregulars pour onto the street and head for Scotland Yard with news of another foiled scheme. Holmes would have solved this case in 0 clue points. He used the newspaper of the day as well as the article Sir Edgar set upon for 4th time in fortnight, June 3rd. Belgrave Chess Club, Lomax at the library, and Mr. Digby are free leads, so do not count them when working out your final score, if you wanted to score yourself, which we don't need to do. Okay, so that was a fun ending, and we've now got Daisy as part of our irregulars for the next case, presumably. And just to remind you, there is Daisy playing her flute. All right, so let's talk about our thoughts of the case. I'd like to hear what you guys think. So I'll talk about my frustrations with the case. And I think this ties back to what I originally said about talking to Dave Neal about the order of these cases they were written, and Dave Neal's shifting his thoughts on how many unresolved things there should be. I won't repeat myself. You can watch the beginning of it. But I guess we should congratulate ourselves for getting it right and understanding it. All right, so my few little complaints here. It felt like in this case, more than most, and certainly more than the first 5 cases of the Baker Street Irregulars box, there were quite a few places where we had the name of someone, and it was weird that we couldn't find it in the directory and visit them. That happened a lot. And that was a little frustrating. We kept trying to find the thief that was hired. I guess that was not such a big deal that we couldn't find that thief, but there were a bunch of people that we had their names. They were like lords and stuff. It felt like we should be able to look them up, and we couldn't. That was a little bit of frustrating. And it goes to one of the tricky issues with this game, this kind of game, is how do you convey to the players when they shouldn't be trying to find something that they'll never be able to find? It's kind of like proving a negative. How do you tell someone to stop looking for the horse? Right? And that's what happened to us here, where we had this horse article in the paper, and if there was no entries about it, we might just conclude, oh, that's just an article in the paper, that's not important for us. But the fact that there was an entry in the paper about the horse, and it seemed to deepen the mystery a little bit, convinced me that there has to be more that we can figure out about this horse and cart. And that was very weird that we couldn't find that. And I think it also illustrates a problem with campaign games, which is suddenly when you're playing a campaign game where it continues multiple series, you now have to add a question mark to every single thing you think about. For every single issue, you have to ask yourself, is it possible that this doesn't resolve in this case, but it explains a little bit, and then we have to resolve it in the next case? So you can no longer use your normal reasoning about, obviously there's got to be a solution to this. Obviously it's telling us that this is a mystery. So to me, I'm wondering, is this horse and cart going to be continued in the next case? But the fact that that question has to go over everything makes life a little more difficult. it was fun finding things in the older paper that were useful, but I worry about when we get to case 10 and we have 5 newspapers to go through, that may be a little exhausting. And that's a little bit concerning to me, but maybe it's going to be redundant. It seems like a bunch of stuff we didn't need to do. I will say that this case did have, first of all, the case was good. It was fun. It was solvable. It made sense. And we did hit one of those moments that are, I think I speak for all of us, one of our most enjoyable moments. And that was involving the jewelry theft. And the favorite moments are those moments where we've got these facts, 3 robberies in 3 consecutive days, a countess who we know is lying, but we're not sure exactly what, a guy who looks like he's involved in the theft, and that, the richness of that discussion about what is plausible was enjoyable. And it's sort of the highlight of these things. Like we're talking about, could it have been 2 thieves? Probably not. Not plausible. We don't have direct evidence, but seems implausible. Why would she be lying? Connecting all the dots about her background. Maybe she's not a real countess. We know this guy doesn't want to get found out by his wife. And we didn't have direct evidence for all of it, but we know he sold his stocks. We know he needed money. And it's sort of, at the end, we came to the right conclusion because after we eliminate the impossible, whatever's left, however improbable, is the solution. And it's kind of that kind of satisfaction of there was no direct evidence that there was blackmail and theft to recover the blackmail information, but there was enough indirect evidence that we put it together. And that was fun discussing that. And it was fun, the whole arc up to that. There were times when we thought the countess was the thief. There were times when we thought there were 2 thieves. There were times when we thought that whole realm of stuff involving how to make the best sense out of how to connect the dots and make the best sense and make the best leap was very enjoyable. Jonathan says, I thought it worked well as for a group. Everyone was able to voice different opinions about the code in the paper. There was also the code in the paper that was quite enjoyable. And yes, that was a real group discussion where there were a bunch of key little things that clicked into place that made us make sense of it. And it was quite clever how you have to read up to count columns rather than down to count paragraphs. And once we figured that thing out, it sort of clicked into place. And it was nice that we had this little struggle with the crossed out parts. It did all make nice sense. You guys did great with that bishop gate, bishop to g8. And that's the kind of thing that I have trouble with, but it worked and it was fun. Dave Neal played Adventures by Gaslight, and this is the 2nd or 3rd time that I've seen some real influences of Adventures by Gaslight on Baker Street Irregulars. And more trivia, I remember talking to Dave Neal about this. It was another one was when we saw the dog from Gaslight. And I think Dave Neal has forgotten some of the things in Adventures by Gaslight that's influenced him. But this code is clearly influenced. Well, it's a code that's been around before Sherlock Holmes and stuff. So maybe you could say they have a common influence. But it had a little bit of that of the Adventures by Gaslight code feel to it. Jonathan said, it's a critique. The horse does seem like a leftover. And then Jonathan says, I might like the old clue point listing. That's what Jonathan was talking about, is when we have a list of the clue points at the beginning of the book so we can make sure we've been everywhere. And if there's a place we haven't, we can look for a reason to go there. I think you've got a point about that. Anna says, I liked it. It was interesting and liked the code as well. I'm usually more casual about these cases and wrap them up in 3 hours the most, but I understood your point as well. yeah, we did have to sort of rein back Anna, who wanted to get to the end. And in this case, she was probably right. That last hour or two looking for the horse didn't yield any apples. John says, nitpick, I'm still not really sure who or why the Countess robbery was reported at all. And if it was not likely to be reported, I'm not sure what the point of the smokescreen robberies were. That's an interesting point. In other words, if you're trying to... Okay, so first of all, don't forget, that's how he paid the thief. So if he hadn't given the other two robberies to the thief, he'd have to cough up his own money to pay the thief. So it was both things that were... that's what Jonathan says. Actually, I see the next thing Jonathan says. It was also payment for the thief, so I guess it still makes some sense. And... yeah, maybe it's natural for her to report. I'm not sure if she would report it or not. But yeah, you would think if she was a criminal, she might not report it if she's got blackmail stuff stolen. But remember, it was an explosion, so maybe other people did hear it. Maybe her out and report it. And it says neighbors heard the gunpowder exploding. Countess didn't need to report the theft. So yeah, that's possible too. Well, another fun, great case. I think the combination of that code and then trying to understand the burglary robbery thing was quite fun. It was a little weird that... well, here's another little critique. One of our questions is who committed the robbery, right? And our answer was Arnold Bernat, whatever, Ahmet Bernat. Now, how did we figure that out? How did we solve that mystery? We went to one of our informants, Porky, and he told us. So that felt like maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity. Like that should be a little harder to figure out what the name of the thief was. And it was told to us in a completely unambiguous way. Porky tells us, here's the guy, he's looking for someone to commit a robbery, and here's the name of the robber that he probably hired. That felt like a bit of a missed opportunity. Like, you could have made that a little harder for us. Maybe somehow you told us that some guy met up with Ahmet Bernard, but you're not told that why he did it. Or maybe you're told he's looking to hire a thief, and then later you find out the name of someone he was talking to. It was weird that one informant clue that we didn't even have to figure out how to go to basically gave us a major answer. Anna says, okay, so next case on Tuesday. That's the question. When should we play the next case? I'm prepared to play it on Tuesday. Jonathan, what about you? Can you make a Tuesday at 11 p.m. playthrough? Jonathan says, Jesse, after playing all these different mystery detective games in the year between, did you feel your skill level had grown? And Jonathan says Tuesday will work, so we will do it Tuesday. Well, I can't really compare this in difficulty to playing the first cases in this box because I'm playing them now with two very smart people and Dawn also joined us, and then we had the other person who joined us. So we're now playing it as a group versus playing it completely solo. And I do think that when I played it solo, it was harder. On the other hand, when I played it solo, I had some long periods of just downtime, just sitting here in silence thinking. And we played as a group. There's not so much downtime of silent thinking. Someone's typically got an idea. So it's hard for me to compare the difficulty. I have to assume that I've gotten a little better at these cases, but I've gotten better, and I've got a whole team now that we're working on these together. So I do feel like we're better at solving these. It is a little bit of a tricky situation when you've got something like the codes. This is why all of these games that are sort of codes and puzzles are hard to play. There's two reasons they're hard to play on as a group and on YouTube. One is just that it doesn't come across that well while you're sitting in silence trying to figure out a code. But there's another problem, and it's the same problem that you have when you play these things in a group, which is you get a puzzle, and it's not unusual for one person in your group to figure it out. And then you're in a weird situation where the other people have sort of lost the fun of figuring it out. And I do feel like that is a risk here with things like this. Like, the code was a kind of team effort, but you can easily see a situation where one person would solve the code before anyone else even starts thinking about it. And that can be a real drawback to playing it in a group. Whereas if you were playing it by yourself, you would be able to sit there and enjoy the puzzle of trying to figure it out. And I'm not sure what the right solution to that is. In Adventures by Gaslight, the code was so difficult that that I spent days trying to solve it between streams. And you could easily see a case where you decided, okay, for this puzzle, we're going to sort of take a break for a half hour and just everyone try to solve it on their own and then come back and give everyone at least a chance to think about it. Jonathan says, I guess more in general, how did it feel to come back after a year if there's any real noticeable feeling? I was very glad that we really didn't need any details of the previous case. We just needed the newspaper from the previous case. And I wonder if that's going to be the case in the subsequent cases 7, 8, 9, whether there's going to be anything in the story carrying over, like the horse cart, or if it's just going to be the newspapers that we need. Anna says, I feel that it makes sense that the first cases were made last. They were very good, but also hard to compare a solo group game to a group game. Yeah, I think there were some real moments of enjoyment in the first cases where it took me a while to figure something out. And I wonder if we were playing those cases, if we wouldn't think of those things considerably before it took me. If we would solve them quicker than I did this time. I'd love to hear from Dave Neal at some point. Assuming we don't see the horse cart mystery solved next case, my guess is we are going to see it. I still feel like it's too weird the way it was, that it must be involved in our case. But if not, I'd love to hear from Dave Neal what was going on with the horses. And it says, in a group, it's more fun. Also longer, but I don't mind that. I'm looking forward to seeing Daisy in the next case and see how she helps us. All right, any final thoughts before we sign off and then meet up again in 2 days for case 7? Again, as always, a pleasure playing with Jonathan and Anna. And we had someone else visit us today, and Dawn Asher as well. It was surprising to me that we had visited all the clues. I think maybe next time, since I've been writing in this book, I should mark the clues as we read them so we can more easily skim through and look for clues we might not have seen. All right, so we're going to sign off. Another great adventure, another great case, and I'm looking forward to seeing where it leads. Case 7 on Tuesday in only 2 days, and then we'll figure out where we go from there. And with that, I'll see you then.